we didn't bleed. I watched the fire dance in me. Whispers arise like gentle breeze. You breathe them in like healing seeds. You look me down with angry seeds. Hang me high, I didn't bleed. Oh darling, I was born for this. I break the hush of crazy lies. I'm no lie, but you spin the grind. Your peak is size, till I burn, I rise. Your all eyes, but I won't rewind. Let me shine. I'm no lie, but you twist the line. Till your peak is size, till I burn, I rise. Your all eyes, but I won't rewind. Watch me shine.
What is up, everybody? Clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, clap, clap your hands.
Bodyguard, I grew inside. I healed from dust to light. My hands were.
I have a surprise.
Now I hold the crown. No need to hide. No.
Let me see if you notice it.
I broke the shell and cried. Hell, hell, high. Maybe I lie when I say I'm fine. Come pick a side, till I burn, I try. I'm all lies, but I'm scared inside. Do the little shine.
Which one is the real Farley? What the dog doing? I'll show you. We finally got more dogs. Figured out a way how to clone Farley. Here's this one. Here's Farley number 2. And here is Farley number 3.
You know that it might be love.
Head is huge.
Two hearts than me.
And the truth is that
No reason we should give up.
they're both clones. It was a trick. It was a trick. I don't know which one is more horrifying.
Somebody new.
They're kind of horrifying for different reasons.
I can't deny.
Maybe this one.
There's nothing I'd rather do
Which one do we think? Number 1
than be yours tonight.
or number 2?
If you love,
1 or 2?
if you
Why is he stand up like that? I don't know.
love my body. I don't know if I could try. Two hearts in me.
Look at his paws!
All that remains is a die.
Okay, so I will explain. How does real Farley feel about this? Surprisingly, he was kind of chill. He was pretty chill. I was thinking, what happens if he humps one of them? And it's kind of like if you had a clone, would you have sex with your clone? Like, that'd be very strange. The self-cessed? I know. The self-cessed. So I put them around him just to see how he would interact. He just kind of looked at them. Didn't really interact. Didn't bark or anything. Didn't seem to be really thinking about it at all. So, my friend Noah, for my birthday and for Will's birthday, he got us these. And apparently there's a woman on Etsy. There's always a woman on Etsy. There is a woman on Etsy for any and all needs. Witchcraft, dog pillows, classic Etsy. So he sent photos of Farley. And the funniest thing is the woman said, she was like, I need you to send some new photos because this one's not great quality and it will affect the work. And she said so with 100% seriousness. This being the work. I love it. I love it so much. So this is mine, and then this one is Will's. Which one was the new? He sent a couple pictures. I don't know. I think I've officially lost my mind. If anyone were to click on the stream, I'm like, hey, how we doing? Hey, is everyone good? Is everyone doing okay? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good over here. This is just the beginning. I'm going to have... What if that became my entire stream room? I just have dozens of Farley pillows. These stuffed dogs really scare me. Okay, here's the thing. They do grow on you. At first, they're horrifying. And then, kind of cute. Kind of cute. Kind of, you know, a little endearing. These derpy paws. It feels like kind of just, you know what this one looks like? This one looks like the horse meme where it's like three different sections of a horse. One of them, and it's from most realistic to laughably bad. That's kind of what this looks like. Because the head, there's a couple times that I've glanced at this in the living room, and the head makes me think it is Farley for a second. And then the rest of it kind of falls apart. Looks like bad taxidermy. I will say this has convinced me, not that I ever was thinking of doing it, this has convinced me to never do taxidermy. No. See, you get one of these, you realize you'll never do it. Also, why taxidermy when you can just get an Etsy pillow? You feel me? From a distance, it looks convincing. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I did this. Okay, this one, ain't no way. This one, it's like, no. This one... Do you know what's going to happen? Somebody's going to clip that. Somebody's going to clip that and be like, see, we were right when we called her an animal abuser. It's going to be on LSF in 2 seconds. Okay. So like that, see? If you just kind of, if you just, you know? I think you could think it's him. Please, the way he's on the ground. I know. Hogan, thank you for the gifted oat latte. Thank you for the 36 months, Con. Thank you. The way I just tossed this little Farley pillow. Murph Dog, WTF Amanda, Violet Shift, Mad Evie, Maddie, Erebus, thank you for the resubs. She threw her dog, and all you see is a 2-second clip of the ragdoll physics before it hits the ground. I'm just gonna leave that one on the floor. I need your reaction to Rosalia's new song. Oh yeah. I saw that. I was waiting to listen to it on stream. We will definitely listen to that new emote drop. Let's see. What is this called? What are we calling this? It's so scary. There's nudity at the beginning of Florence and the Machine's new song. Perfect. I love showing nudity. Cursed Farley clone. Mom, I threw up. Mom, I threw up. Yeah, this one is pretty cursed, Farley. It kind of is giving Silent Hill vibes. This is the face of a woman who's lost her mind. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. You know, when people hate me, this is who they hate. And honestly, fair. When you're being mean to me, this is who you're being mean to. He's kind of shaped like a drumstick in the cursed one. He is kind of shaped like a drumstick. He looks like... I think what's really disturbing is that he doesn't look like he has paws. It's kind of just a blob. Expired Sour Patch Kid? Stop. Wait, he does look like a Sour Patch Kid. Wait a second. Hang on. What happened to his paws? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to move this chair a little bit more in the background so that... Sour Patch Farley. Sour Patch Farley. Anyway, so that's just a little bit about me, a little bit about what's going on in my life. A little personal news. I now have 2 cursed Farley dolls. So that's what's going on with me. I have 2 so far. And I'm feeling now. And I'm feeling now. I thought you were using lemon as the emote from E-Rob. I don't even know what that is. And I'm feeling now. Where do you order these? Etsy.
Can you feel it now?
Can you feel it now?
And I feel it now.
Can you feel it now?
You make me shiver.
could get tennis pick plushies. You could. All right, let me find Rosalia's song.
What a week, huh?
Oh yeah. If you don't know what the lemon thing is, if you don't know what my title is, it's this.
What a week, huh?
Lemon, it's Wednesday.
Except this time it's Monday.
What a week, huh?
Lemon, it's Wednesday.
It's only Monday now, huh? Forever. All right, let me pull up Rosalia's song. Forever. Can you feel it now? You know what I really need to do too? Can you feel it now? Feeling it now. What happened to Megan? Megan's in the closet. She hasn't come out of the closet yet. I'm not going to force her. On her own time. On her own time. Although my friend who was spending the night at my place, I forgot to tell her Megan's in the closet, and so she opened it up and screamed. And I heard from the other room when I came running in. She was like, "What is that?" I go, "Oh, that's Megan." Oh, that's Megan. Okay. Alrighty. Sometimes you just need a little EDM, you know? All right. Since we're still getting the vibes up on this lovely Monday, let's watch Rosalia's new song. Rosalia. All right. Okay. Are we so back? Okay, singing opera in German. This is the type of drama I'm talking about. Okay. Okay.
I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. Till you love me. Till you love me. Till you love me.
Woo!
Till you love me.
What a collab, baby.
Love me. Till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me.
Yo! Bjork? Eve? Rosalia? Hold on a second. I kind of think we gotta run that back. You know, okay. This is art. This is what I'm talking about. Insane. Truly. I have been a Rosalia fan. She just reminded us all who the hell she is.
Sé muy bien lo que soy, ternura pa'l café, solo soy un terrón de
I mean, that is a student of music.
que me funde el calor, se desaparece cuando tú vienes es cuando me voy. This is the only way
Woo.
to save us is through divine.
I have to find the first Rosalia thing. I remember watching.
I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. 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 Love me. Till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you till you love me. Love me. Love me. love me.
Whoo! Okay, so if you don't know, Rosalia studied at she studied musicology at the Catalonia College of Music. I think they accept one student a year. So she is a student of music. Man, I miss music videos. I mean, everything about that, everything, the music video, the just theatricality, the operatic quality, the thundering choir, Bjork and Eve Tumor, their collaboration on that, the orchestra, the lyrics switching between German and Spanish. Gorgeous. Drama. That is something that needs multiple viewings. El Mal Correr is excuse my Spanish, is part of her thesis for that program. It's inspired by an old feminist novel in Spain. I'm trying to remember the first time I saw what was it? Okay. And I just remember being like, my God, she's incredible. What performance was it though? Was Rosalia? Okay, let me just search through YouTube. Her voice is amazing. It's insane. Why can't I remember? I feel like if I look through the videos, then I'll. When was it? Was it this? It wasn't mi nombre. No. I feel like it was from this era. Ugh.
Catalina, ponme la mano aquí.
Is it this? Wait.
Que me estoy martirizando.
Yes.
Ya la memoria me trae cosas que estaba olvidando. Ya la memoria me trae cosas que estaba olvidando. Ponme la mano aquí, Catalina, ponme la mano aquí.
That acapella!
frío. Mira que me voy a morir.
Oh, chills. I know.
China que tenía se fue de mano y no volvió. La china que
Tiny
tenía
zucchini, small
se
frog.
fue de mano y no
Thank you.
volvió.
It's Abs. Marisa, thank you for
Alemania
the
me
resubs.
voy y no a divertirme,
Ugh.
a tomar un veneno. Yo quiero morirme. Ponme la mano aquí que la tiene fría. Ponme la mano aquí, Catalina mía. Mira que me voy a morir. Ponme la mano aquí que la tiene fría. Ponme la mano aquí, Catalina mía. Mira que me voy a morir.
So she reimagines flamenco. She's
Mira
classically
que me voy a
trained,
morir.
and she mixes with pop and hip hop.
Mira que me voy a morir. Manito de mi corazón, que bien tú sabrás que me estoy muriendo. Y te pido y te encomiendo que llame a un escribano, también a mi primo hermano. Quisiera hacer testamento como esos payos con fundamento. Apúnteme usted, señor escribano. Apúnteme un cuadro rompido que ya ni Dios sabe el santo casillo. Apúnteme usted, señor escribano. Apúnteme usted, señor escribano. Apúnteme usted una escopeta que no tiene llave, cañón ni baqueta. Apúnteme usted, señor escribano. Señor escribano. Apúnteme usted. Apúnteme usted. Ya apúnteme usted. Ya apúnteme usted. Ya apúnteme usted. Ya apúnteme Señor, Señor, señor escribano.
Woo! I mean, come on, y'all. If you don't know Rosalia, she is somebody you should know, you should listen to. She's so good. She is so talented, and I think what she's doing in the music scene is just fucking awesome. She is a singer. She is a singer. And Rosalia is a perfect example of you don't have to know what the hell she's singing to be like, God damn, yes. To be drawn in. Yeah, I love some of y'all being like, it was fine. She was fine. It's okay. Y'all better be kidding. She's going to be on season 3 of Euphoria. Her and Trish Paytas. Coping mechanism. Thank you for the 7 months. Alrighty. So cool. All right. Vibes are good. Vibes are up. We're so back. And we got Florence album coming out. Oh, yeah. She dated Hunter Schafer. I remember that. Okay. All right. So just needed to start off with a little something. and they're still friends. Love that for them. Where's the jacket from? It's from Alo. 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 Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's talk about things. Let's talk about things. There's things to talk about. So we will talk. Ooh. 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 Yo, don't expect you to watch this now, but I want to share fun, good content. I think you would enjoy. This channel does doc episodes on the latest of Theta Productions. This one is about Hades Town. But if you run through the videos, there's a lot. Oh, wait in the wings. Why do I know this? Why do I know this YouTube channel? Documentary series dedicated to protecting obscure musicals from the hands of time. I feel like I've watched something from them, or someone else has shown me this. I think. Okay. All right, y'all. So, lot of stuff been going on. And on the one hand, I am so tired and feel like I really don't want to talk about shit that other people are involved in, and there are some things that I do think belong in private chats, need to be handled privately. And then there are obviously things that are public, and I do feel, as much as I'm tired and I am not out here causing problems, I throw my 2 cents in. I throw my 2 cents in on things. So it's been so covered by money. I don't care, because those people aren't me. And I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of people don't approach these topics correctly. I think they only sometimes can make it worse. I think they miss the point. I think they miss the opportunity to push for change on this platform, cultural, societal change. So because of the person and the streamer that I am, I always do feel obligated to add my voice on certain things. And so that's what I'm planning to do. I am going to watch, I have a couple videos which I think will help me add my thoughts to not just the videos, but not just the videos themselves, but I think the relevancy that these videos have to what I want to express and what I see as ongoing issues. So I'm not gonna just sit here and watch hours and hours of people's VODs or watch other people's opinions. I don't really, pay too close of attention to what every other person is saying on this stuff. I kind of will get a general gist sometimes. And 2, I just don't really, I don't know. I just don't really move that way. I don't really sit there and watch VODs. So, okay, there's a lot happening. Yes. Yeah. Farley pillows. The Farley pillows to diffuse tension. Most of the coverage of stuff in the streamer space is harassment. Yeah, and here's the thing. I do feel like, so mostly I want to address abuse because that is something that I do talk about a lot. I do talk about gendered violence. I do talk about rape culture. I do talk about these broad, ongoing societal issues and the backlash to progress that has been made. And so that is really what I think I'll be focusing on. And I think what drives me nuts and why I do also feel not just being a streamer whose purpose is to educate and to hopefully move the needle on things, but also create a community that is welcoming and inclusive, you know, all these things. A lot of who talks about this stuff are people who do so for farming drama. And I hate all of these Twitter accounts. I hate all of these big male streamers who ultimately don't care about violence against women. They don't. They care when it's someone who they are friends with, or they use it to push the envelope further in the direction of dangerous radicalization, or just use real issues, real serious issues, to as a way to like further beefs that they have, personal beefs that they have. So it's not in a genuine, productive way, I don't think. Yeah, there's a lot of personal gain element to it, and it's gross. I'm tired of these Twitter accounts. I am, because they don't give a shit. They do not come from a genuine place of care. They just seize on whatever is whatever is happening, and it's where a lot of people, I think, get their takes from, the comment section, and it's a horrible place to be. Okay. Now, I will also say there are other things that are circulating around on the internet. It does seem to be that the last couple of weeks, things have been bad, but the last couple of weeks really feels like there was an implosion and then an explosion. And what I would say is, I really do feel that we streamers have this issue of not knowing when something should be private, and then when because they don't understand that, it then becomes something that's handled publicly in front of thousands of strangers who all will have their own takes and their own opinions. And one thing that I do a lot of, and why, frankly, I'm tired a lot. This is not about me, but I'm just going to say I am tired, because I have a lot of conversations privately. I try and do a lot of work behind the scenes. So if you're like, why isn't she posting on Twitter? One, because I can't fucking be on that place right now. If really, me not being on Twitter is good. It's good right now. It's exhausting. But if I don't say something publicly, if I'm not addressing every single thing, it's because I make decisions as to what I feel I should address with people, especially if I have relationships with them, address privately. Try and assist them in the ways that I know how I've made myself available for people, and then what what I decide to address publicly.
You know?
So at the end of the day, I don't care if there's something that you want me to speak on. It's my decision what I decide to talk about on stream in front of people, and what I decide to handle on my own. And what I will say too is there's I think there's a conversation right now about obviously making these spaces that we are all in, making them more inclusive. They are not. There are a lot of people who feel that mainstream Twitch is very male centric. It is ultimately not friendly towards women, queer people, people of color, those who are in marginalized communities. And so that's this conversation that's being had on, there are some streamers who they have fashioned their communities to purposefully be for those on the outside who deserve a place to feel safe and welcomed. And I wish that that applied generally. But I think there's the conversation that is being talked about as far as the biggest streamers on this platform, the mainstream Twitch spaces where people have thousands and thousands and thousands of viewers. And when you get bigger like that, you are it runs into the territory of being less inclusive. And I kind of feel like with my own community and my own presence on this platform that I am always striving to find this balance of ultimately I care about this being a space that if you are a woman, if you are queer or trans or at all marginalized, that you are welcome here. This is a fun place to be, whoever you are. You never have to worry about anything. You never have to worry about me making jokes at your expense or anyone in this community doing that. But also because I am a commentary streamer, I do view myself as a person who tries to educate, who, even though I'm not the biggest political commentary streamer, I do understand the need to try and bring people into the fold, but also not want to make things hostile for the people who are the backbone of this community. And I have said before that I think it would be even trickier if we were 5 times the size, 10 times the size of who we were, because then I would just more frequently run into this issue of people coming in here, maybe not, maybe being a little bit behind on where we are, where the majority of people are here, because I aim to teach and because I want people to always strive to be better and more welcoming. It means I don't necessarily want to cast everyone out who is, who's not where the goal is for them to be. But it's this balancing act. It's this balancing act. And the thing is that streamers, everyone will say like, "Ooh, that person's audience captured. That person's beholden to their audience." But I think yes, I think everyone kind of is speaking to their community and basing things off of what the general vibes in their community are. And so if you are a marginalized streamer, or a lot of your audience is, say, queer or trans, then absolutely you're wanting to ensure that the values you have set and therefore drawn people into this community are being protected and maintained. So one thing that I always do, because I have a lot of streamer friends who are big streamers, who are not political streamers, who they themselves might be women, queer, people of color. I'm always having conversations with them about, just about the goings on these platforms. And then for my creator friends who are white, the tricky thing is that this is something where I have taken it upon myself to try and I do this labor. I do. I try and speak to the people in my life who I know are trying to be the best that they can on this platform and for their communities. And it's something where I always say that labor should not fall. It should not have to be, for instance, trans and queer viewers or even streamers who are having to constantly do this work, or like women having to be the ones to constantly advocate for more inclusive pro-women spaces. I do this because I've taken it upon myself, and because I know that a lot of people won't do it either because they shouldn't have to, or because they don't know how to have these conversations. Okay. The majority of people in our real lives aren't uber woke and aware. Extending that to people online is a lot emotionally, but worth it. And I get it that it's exhausting, and sometimes you feel like you're coming up against a wall, and sometimes you feel like your goodwill is being met with derision and it being thrown back in your face. That is not something that everyone should have to undertake, nor is it something that I think everyone has the ability to do. So I want you guys to know that if you are upset by things you're seeing streamers say on Twitter or on Twitch or whatever the hell's going on, I want you to know that I always am here trying to advocate and teach and walk people through things in ways that I know how to. And I know how to evaluate when somebody genuinely has a good heart, is really wants to do the best that they can do. I know the difference between a person like that and then someone who doesn't give a fuck. And I've reached out to people in both those camps. I've reached out to people who ultimately, they are not looking to strive to be more inclusive and to be better. And so that is something that ends up being a complete waste of my time, but I still try. I still try to do it. And then others who genuinely are good people and trying to do their best out here. What are we even saying, man? I don't know. Are you fucking listening? Are you listening? I think what you want me to do is name every individual person and walk through every single fucking clip that's on the internet. And I'm speaking generally right now because there's a lot that's been happening. And I said that there are some things that I specifically address publicly and other things that I do privately, but I'm speaking in general because in the last couple weeks, there has been a lot happening. And I think there are parallels. And I think that there are broadly things that I can speak on. Okay. I will say I do not have a frame of reference for why you're speaking generally. Like I'm getting the picture. It's a little confusing. That's fine. It's fine. If you're not aware, it's fine. Like I basically understand that not everybody is like locked the fuck into everything happening on the internet. They're not on Reddit. They're not on Twitter. They're not paying attention to every clip, every response. So this is more of a general conversation in how we're constantly trying to make these spaces better. And there are people who do care and are maybe, you know, what they do care. They want to be better. I have conversations with them, and there are people who don't give a shit. Okay. So I don't think Caroline has zoomed in on any specific topic yet. No, I have not. No. And what I will say too, and this goes to anybody, not just streamers or not just Twitch viewers, but just all y'all. If you are a person who's in a position where you are not personally affected by harmful rhetoric, okay? So say you are not trans. Transphobia is not directly causing you harm like it does to trans people. Or if you are not black, anti-blackness is not directly affecting you like it does to black people. So if you are somebody who's in that position and you are wanting to speak to the people around you who are bigoted, who are saying harmful things, you need to be very diligent in it. You need to make sure that you understand your role as an ally, as somebody who is standing for and with marginalized communities, whether it's at work, whether it is in just your personal life. And so it's important that I don't believe that it's as simple as cutting people off regardless. Now, I've said this before. You can't tell anybody who they should and should not speak with, associate with, if they are being directly harmed by that person, by that rhetoric. If you are not, and you have decided that you want to be there to try and make things better, to try and educate ignorant people in your life, then the important thing to do is to call stuff out when it happens, because that is the way that you work on changing behavior. And that is the way that we unnormalize this behavior and rhetoric, and recognizing that oppression is constant, and if you are directly affected by it, there's no turning it off. You're not able to turn it off. And so I do think all of us probably have people in our lives who are saying harmful and hurtful things. I do think that's true. We talk about a lot here. people who have transphobic parents, people who have friends that were, repeat pro-Israel propaganda, and how what we're always doing, what we should be doing, is having these conversations, but also not everyone can do that, nor should they have to do that. So this is really for those who are in a position that they're not directly threatened by it, And so I just want to remind us all that the way life works, the way that most people are, is they are not progressive as we would view progressiveness in an ideal world. And people are on a journey. Not everybody is going to take that journey. Not everybody genuinely cares when something has been pointed out to them that is wrong. Not everybody cares. And I think it's important to differentiate between that and then people being products of their environment, people being surrounded by the same, one perspective, and so they've never been exposed to something else, and how that's kind of just the day-to-day challenge of moving our entire culture forward. It's not something that happens overnight. And it's not something that's as easy as, I wish everybody was woke. I wish everybody, I wish there was no homophobia, misogyny, racism, etc. I wish it were as easy as thinking that people can just learn that on their own. I do think you have a personal responsibility when someone is helping you to do that work, when someone is providing that perspective, that education, that labor for you. If you keep throwing it back in their face, if there's a refusal to try and learn at all, then it results in a dead end. But you just have to think broadly on how we actually shift culture. And it doesn't happen. I'm going to be so for real. I really don't think it happens on, say, Twitter. It doesn't happen by fighting with someone random on the internet. I do think it happens in our personal interactions. I will say, and I say this as someone who still tries to speak to strangers on the internet, but ultimately I'll never not be doing the work in my day-to-day private life because of the ability to, in my opinion, have a productive conversation, especially if you have a personal connection with someone, a relationship there, and you can speak to them in ways that often feels impossible online. Regarding the genocide, I failed, I tried again to derail my mother from pro-Israeli discourse, and the cycles went on and on. Now I don't try anymore. I'm confronted to pure rationality. Facts don't matter. Empathy doesn't matter. She identified with this opinion. Yes. And sometimes that happens, and it is, it's really shitty. But then with other people, you can move the needle. You can. And for all of the issues that I advocate for and how I want to see our culture move towards an inclusive, progressive one, it's something that I have undertaken this. And so no matter what, I do this every day on stream, and I keep doing this in my personal life as well, because I feel that I'm equipped to do so, that I have the I have the ability to do so, and because I don't want that labor to fall on the communities who are affected by the pervasive bigotries that we see everywhere. I don't want trans people to have to be the ones who are constantly saying, hey, we're human beings. Please see us as human beings. And the way that life works is, unfortunately, those who are in the position of being in the in-group often have the power, the ability to have and move these conversations forward. And here's what I will say too is I look at the streaming space. Also, thank you, Anonymous Gifter. I look at the streaming space and I can't deny that a lot of the biggest streamers on the platform have very young, impressionable audiences. So, on the one hand, I understand the exhaustiveness and the frustration with how irresponsible streamers are constantly handheld and their communities are then handheld. But the reality is that they do need good influences, and some of them reject it. People fall on a spectrum, and some of them do have the ability to be influenced by positive forces around them. And it always sucks to be people who belong to groups, who belong to communities, who go, why do they get all, why is all this grace provided for them? Why do they get so many chances? Why are we doing, perceived infantilization, hand-holding? And I think it's because I do see that these are thousands and thousands of young people who I don't want to, if they are already on a kind of radicalized pathway, I don't want them to further go down that. At the same time, I don't know if I don't really belong in a lot of streaming spaces because it's just not very much my vibe, and I kind of like to do my thing here. But I think this is something I've thought about a lot with Hassan, because there have been times that I've disagreed with his strategies and the way that he views his role. But I also go, he is a huge streamer. He is a man. He is a straight man. He is a bro-y straight man. And though I will still disagree sometimes, I do I do get more of when he says that he is trying to be a role model specifically for young impressionable men, so that they don't just fall prey to this swamp of really reactionary, right-wing radicalized viewpoints. It's just, it is, the truth is, it is frustrating, but that's the reality of our society. Our society still has a lot of work, a lot of changes that need to happen. And what that means is that for people who are in a very influential position, they have the ability to influence thousands of young people. I think it puts people who want to see positive influence, it puts them in a tricky position of making the decision of, I'm tired of infantilizing these people and holding their hands, but at the same time, I don't want these spaces to be completely overrun by really by people who are wielding influence dangerously. And there are, I really do think that I think there's the spectrum, right? Somebody such as Andrew Tate, never ever should anybody interact with him. That man, first of all, is a sex trafficker, but second of all, he's a full ass adult man. He is here purposefully, intentionally to radicalize men, young men, but also just in general men, radicalize them towards hatred. What he pushes, and in the way that he pushes it, there is no having a conversation with him. There is no hope that someone like Andrew Tate is going to pull back from the harm that he is perpetrating. So no, that's not a person that grace should be extended towards. And I also recognize too that people who are being hurt every day by the bullshit on this platform, by the dominant culture, I know you're exhausted. I know you're tired of perceived pandering, of people being given chances over and over again. I get that. I do think it's why it's important to support streamers and the communities they are taking a lot of care to protect and to provide safe places for people. I think that's so important. And I wish we had more of that on the platform, but I'm just trying to reckon with the reality of a lot of internet creators, a lot of people who have influence, teetering on the edge, kind of being in the margins, wanting to make sure that they don't go more to the right. Sorry if my posting on the Discord has been seen as excessive. I haven't been in the Discord today, so I don't know. Okay. Is this making sense so far? I know I haven't I know I haven't named specific names because really there are a lot of things and a lot of people who've been involved in all of the shit in the last couple of weeks. So I know I'm speaking generally, and I know that I can't say every single thing. I can't say I can't. I'm trying to speak to you all, but know that everyone is also in a different spot, and that we all have different takes on this. I'm trying to explain it to from my view as a streamer, as someone who's trying to make sure that those of you who are finding these places increasingly hostile, that on the one hand, you have somewhere to go, that you have somewhere to belong to. It's not going to be like that for you. But then on the other hand, looking at how do we work towards this broader shift, and how do we make sure that in doing that, the work doesn't just keep falling on those who are being directly affected by it. I've never really come across anyone who's toxic on Twitch as far as content creators. Then I don't think you've spent much time on Twitch. No, but honestly, you don't need to. Some of those people are close to you. You shouldn't have to expose your personal connections with those people to make a point. No, I don't think that's. I don't think that's what it is. I do think. I do also think people are reacting generally to how places like Twitch are feeling increasingly hostile, and how there seems to be these explosions happening everywhere. And you look at how, culturally in our society, we're seeing those shifts being reflected. And so this applies to the internet, but this is also something that applies. This is also something that applies to the broader culture. And I know it's not going to be fixed overnight. And I know that the pendulum swings back and forth. And I know that that these bigotries are not going to vanish like that, and that people will continue to feel targeted and exhausted by it, and feel like supposed allies, people whose communities that they thought were the good ones on here. It's like, oh, I've seen people express is like every Twitch streamer sucks, or everything on here sucks. I don't even want to watch Twitch anymore. And I hate that. I hate that there are people who feel like just so let down by the streaming space, and how this was once a place that was enjoyable, and that you came to as an escape, or whatever purposes you were here. And I feel that too. I do feel that. And I do see a lot of you expressing how much everything sucks. So trying to figure out a way here, trying to figure out solutions that ultimately are more long-term, and that's tough because that's not change that happens overnight. Twitch culture needing a total upheaval, but I think it's also just culture in general. I think it's people reacting to the culture shifting to the right and feeling like progress that was made has been either reduced or completely stamped out. And so Twitch was a place that I think a lot of people came as an escape from the world and feeling like it's just these spaces have all been infected and that it's slipping away, that like it's just all around you. And that's a really bad feeling. It's very difficult to have nuanced conversations or nuance in general on Twitch and other social media platforms, unfortunately. Yes. Yes, indeed. I really, really wish that everyone was open-minded. I wish that everyone was actively striving to be better every day. I do. That's not the reality. And I'm trying to separate too from people who I think truly don't give a shit and those who do, and especially if they're in any type of influential position, needing them to realize how that influence is being wielded. And that is the kind of thing that I think streamers need to be holding each other accountable, not just by like doing this shit on stream, because then it turns into a tit for tat content thing. And a lot of people just do it. A lot of people just do it for like content purposes. And I don't think that they are able to, I don't think that they're able to do it in a productive way. But streamers need to be holding their peers accountable behind the scenes. I really do believe that. And if we're crossing over, you know, if you're in the mainstream Twitter space, then we all need to be working on making the mainstream culture more accessible and less hostile. And especially if you are not directly affected by it, then you need to be putting in that work. And I know the people who are, and I know the people who aren't really doing that. From a chatter perspective, it feels really frustrating to not see this progress in real time respectfully. I understand. I do. I do. I really understand that. I do. Public discourse is not just for content, it's for signaling to marginalized communities which spaces are safe. Yes. No, I understand that. I get that. I think to give an example of this, XQC was at TwitchCon, and there are people who will act like nothing's wrong, and then there are others who were attempting to speak to him and get through to him. So, I don't even want to use him as an example. That's, yeah. What? Okay, so there are. I'm looking at. I'm looking at Twitch culture, and I'm looking at like the popular streamers, the ones who are in more of mainstream Twitch in both Los Angeles and Austin. And people go to parties together. They are interacting, and whether it's on stream or it is in private at one of these events or something, I think these conversations need to be happening, and I think that needs to be on behalf of. I think that needs to be done on behalf of the viewers, the those of you who come to Twitch to watch content creators who are a part of Twitch culture. And I think Twitch streamers, we have a responsibility here to fix our shit. Now, my role is like, I am trying to also look outside of Twitch culture, and I speak broadly because I am examining cultural issues and seeking ways to move ourselves forward. But as far as Twitch streamers go, I say over and over again, like, we have a responsibility here to be calling out our peers, to be ensuring that people who have a lot of influence in this space are wielding that responsibly. Problem is, stuff that's done publicly puts people in a defensive position. They're less likely to listen, so it really depends on the severity of the issue to me. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And as much as like it's frustrating and you go, well, I wish someone just wouldn't tweet that shit in the first place or say that shit on stream. I also know that if they're only being spoken to by strangers on the internet, or they're only seeing clips of people reacting to it, they're gonna like they're gonna feel backed in a corner. And so that's why then I'll reach out to them privately and be like, hey, let's talk about this. Let's talk this through. I am coming to you. I'm coming to you with goodwill, in good faith. And my goal is for you to understand why people were upset by this and why it was upsetting. So this is just something that I would like more streamers to do. I would like people to I don't want to be one of the few who's doing this. And at the same time, though, and I've made this clarification, this differentiation repeatedly, that it shouldn't have to be on gay and trans streamers to have to talk to their peers and do this shit. It shouldn't have to be black and brown streamers who are having to have these conversations. And you all do not have to feel forced to watch any Twitch streamers to be a part of these spaces where you are not welcome. But I want to lessen the hostility towards you. In theory, the idea is to expose problematic streamers to different kinds of people being cool and nice to them, but in the end, the streamer only usually sees their one new friend as the cool, nice person, not women, POC, queer people in general. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, one of the things that bothers me is when some streamers call stuff like essays, situations in the community that happen drama. No, it's people having one of the most vulnerable parts taken from them. Yeah, don't like that. Don't like calling everything drama when we're talking about abuse and violence. So that is not something to be labeled as drama. Okay. Abuse is crime. Yes, it is a crime. What role do you think viewers of content on Twitch can do to make this better? Okay. So what I would say is I do think holding streamers accountable, and I do see people do that, holding streamers accountable. I think it depends on what kind of community you're in. So here's an example. Cutie went live today. She apologized for stuff that has been happening that involves her. There were people in chat. Now, I don't think those are regular community members because she had a higher than normal viewership, but don't say things like, you don't need to apologize. Don't say things like, oh, fuck these people. Recognize when you're not the one who's being spoken to, and recognize when maybe you're part of the problem. So as viewers, understanding when something affects you and when something doesn't affect you. So if a streamer is, say, going live and addressing an ongoing issue or something that's happened, that may not be for you. So you need to understand that not everything is for you. Not everything is for every viewer. I was watching someone who had some sort of extension. Most of those comments were first-time chatters. Yes. And I think viewers as well, I need you to know that streamers are influencers. You are being influenced. You are being influenced. So if you're watching somebody who's influencing you in a harmful way, you need to understand that influence is happening. You are under the influence. You are under the influence. So if you think that you are immune to it, if you think that the opinions you are reaching are entirely on your own, but perhaps always seem to be 100% aligning with the person that you watch every day and is influencing you, then you should know those opinions, you are not reaching on your own. And I think what I think viewers can do is understand that there's a difference between just being a person on the internet and then being a person who has a platform. So for people with platforms, you are in a position of privilege no matter what, because you have a platform. Now, there are some people more privileged dependent on factors, but having a platform is a privilege, okay? So there are going to be times that people with platforms are not wielding those in the best way that they can. And so as a viewer, I guess I would hope that you can sort out and I also recognize that it's like, I'm not asking you to feel bad for millionaire streamers. I'm not like, these are the most maligned people in society. No. But the reality of streamers having a lot of influence, especially those who are in mainstream Twitch culture. And so please be sorting through those who are incredibly disingenuous and are here really to cause harm and are doing so intentionally every day. And then those who are not. And I'm not asking you to view anybody, any successful, well-to-do streamer with a big platform as like some great victim if they are if they're wrapped up in something and their community is mad at them or something like that. But there are shitty people, and there are people who are intentionally shitty. And ultimately, if we want this culture to improve, if we want to have less shitty people, be promoting less shitty people, we are going to have to make these differentiations, and we're going to have to make these distinctions. We also can't expect these streamers to be acting selflessly 100% of the time. I don't know if there are many humans who act selfless 100% of the time. And then you throw in being a content creator and just all the all the ins and outs of succeeding on a platform like this. Also, people don't have to be cruel to other people online in defense of their favorite streamer. Yeah, cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. It's easy to identify the shitty people and avoid it. It's more negatively impactful when you watch someone you trust make bad choices and do hurtful things. Yeah, and here's the other thing that I will say specifically to this community, because a lot of people here are progressive, obviously. When we talk about right-wing grifters, when we talk about charlatans, those are people who, when they are called out, they immediately drop the act. There are no values. It was always transactional, and you'll see them flip to the other side. So please, even if somebody's like doing something out of character or something that pisses you off, you're not obligated to watch anybody. You're not obligated to be on Twitch. You're not. But also, if we want to have these spaces less infected by intentionally harmful people, bad people, then I do think we should be measuring the character of people in totality. And it doesn't mean that I wish, look. I wish we lived in a world where people who don't have equal opportunity, where people who face obstacles because they are historically marginalized, I wish that they got to be as much a part of these mainstream cultural spaces. And that's what we're pushing for. So no, it's not fair. It's not fair that often those who are successful and those who are in positions of influence, it feels like there's a catering done in order to ensure that that influence is wielded is wielded in a positive way. So I get it. I wish more trans streamers had huge audiences, and I want to be moving in a direction so that becomes a reality. I wish Black and brown voices were dominating. I guess, talking specifically on politics, like I wish Black and brown voices had more, there was more room in these spaces. That's what we want. We want all of these voices to have an equal share. We don't want them to be shut out. We don't want it to be that only white people, like, we got to cross our fingers and hope that white people are good allies, or that, straight people are good allies, that those who are in the dominant group are being the best allies they can be. I don't want it to be that abled people are the loudest voices in, and therefore we have to hope that they advocate for disabled people. So I know Sean's been talking about this a lot. I'm just reiterating that I know the power dynamics exist. I know the representation is not equal. I know that there are extra obstacles to succeed when you are marginalized. So it's reckoning with the reality that we live in of how do we work with what we have right now while focusing on the future that we are striving for. And it's not going to be easy and perfect. And people who are trying to do that are going to fuck up. There's no easy answer here. I know that. I don't want it to be, I don't want to keep living in a world where if you are, that you continue to be marginalized. If you are marginalized, you continue to be marginalized. I don't want that. I don't want it that you have to like seek out cozy little communities that are safe for you, that it should be safe for you to watch somebody who has 50,000 viewers, that there are that there are equally big creators who are not causing problems. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that's really possible. Well, then there's no point in trying. That is a viewpoint that ultimately nothing matters, and therefore we shouldn't put in any work. We shouldn't try for progress. If you really don't think it's possible, then there's no purpose to continuously trying to make things better. And I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. I recognize the reality, but I strive for a better one. Because that applies to what we want in the real world too. Yes, absolutely. Okay, sorry, I've been ignoring. Mai Tai, thank you. Not Christian, Mochi Pichu, Christian, Sheem, Graceful Ray, Anonymous Gifter, Aid Lover, Arcane Biscotti, Lazy Gains. Thank you very much. All right, so I would like to watch this video that Taylor and Kat did together. It is titled, They Do Not Care About Violence Against Women, because one thing that I specifically am always calling out and am trying to identify the problems, seek solutions to the problems, understanding that we swing back and forth and there is still such a pervasiveness of gendered violence, of misogyny and sexism. So we're gonna watch this video, and then I will use this to address Emiru coming forward and saying that she was a victim of domestic violence, of sexual assault, that she was in an abusive relationship. And this, unfortunately, is a common reality. And one thing that I already had predicted and that I have talked about a lot in relation to the consequences of the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case is that what gets thrown around is the topic of mutual abuse. Of, oh, well, sure, they experienced abuse, but they gave it right back. And this is something that we really, really need to understand the truth of, because people still believe in this. People still believe in the misinformation that is pushed all the time in regards to abuse, as to this myth of mutual abuse being the case in Depp versus Heard, in Emmy versus Mizkiff. They're both at fault. Oh, okay, well, this happened, but then she did this thing. And we can't move forward. We cannot move forward if we still do not understand rape culture, if we still do not understand misconceptions around abuse and victims of abuse. The myth of the perfect victim, people looking for something that attacks the character of a victim of abuse so that they can dismiss what was done to them.
By the platform and socially by other men.
Last weekend, popular cosplay Twitch streamer Emmy Rue was assaulted at a meet and greet during TwitchCon. A man cut across several meet and greet lines and attempted to grab her for a kiss as she tried to push him away. Her security guard quickly intervened and pushed the man off, but the man exited the building and was never restrained. The incident was obviously a catastrophic failure when it comes to keeping women creators safe. The man should have never been allowed to walk away after what he did, and it's unclear why her security guard didn't restrain the man after pushing him off.
Okay, so also this was a video that was made in the aftermath of TwitchCon when Emmy was assaulted at TwitchCon. My God, this woman has been through a lot. My God. Emmy was assaulted at TwitchCon, and then there were other instances, creators and people shared of instances of violence. And so that's what this, so there's going to be some things brought up that we've already talked about when I got back from TwitchCon, but this is something where the topic does not become irrelevant. This is not a video where, oh, if I watch this in a month, in a year, that it would no longer be relevant to current issues. Sadly not the case.
It's also unclear why TwitchCon security or the police on the scene didn't step in and attempt to halt the man from leaving. The man was eventually caught hours after the incident, and Emmy Rue is currently pressing charges. She said, quote, "He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me. It felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal." All of this has raised tons of questions about security protocols at TwitchCon and what should be done going forward to make the convention more safe. Even before TwitchCon began this year, high-profile streamers including Cutie Cinderella, Valkyrie, and others declined to attend the event over safety concerns. After the Emmy Rue incident, tons of big content creators began piling on Twitter, pushing out-of-context clips attempting to show lax security at the event and calling for Twitch CEO Dan Clancy's resignation. Of course, most of these people actually don't give a shit about women's safety. They're just opportunists, and we're going to get into all that. But why am I talking about all of this on Free Speech Friday? I think it's a good example of how more surveillance and security theater doesn't inherently keep people safe. And I think it shows the significant barriers women face as content creators and how relentless abuse and harassment silences women and prevents them from speaking out and expressing themselves. To discuss all of this, I have Kat Tenbarge here. Kat is one of the top journalists covering gender-based harassment and abuse. And today we're going to break down exactly what went down at TwitchCon, why you shouldn't listen to a lot of the loudest voices online, and what can actually be done to keep women safe on the internet and off. Kat, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me.
So you weren't at TwitchCon. I wish you were there. But I feel like just to start off, I want to give people a sense of what TwitchCon was like. And then I kind of want to compare it to other conventions that you and I have both been at. Because I feel like we both cover these large events and conventions a lot and attend this stuff. So I think a lot of people have seen a lot of misinformation going around. And I want to explain kind of the way things went down. So I would say this security at this convention was stricter than any other convention I've been to. And we'll get into why that doesn't make things safer. But it was very strict in the sense that, like, you had to have a wristband, you had to scan in to get to different areas. They were very strict about maintaining that. There was this video online that claimed to show someone bypassing the wrist scanning system. In fact, that's not what that video shows. I reached out to the company about how those machines work.
Thank you, just
video
Will.
actually shows the person scanning and it turning orange, which meant that that person was a credentialed +1. So it actually showed the system working. But it was really, it was pretty intense. I mean, I couldn't even get into the venue when I got there the first day initially because I hadn't passed a background check. And every single person that registered for the event had to go through this like background check security review, essentially to make sure that they weren't on a known stalker list or had sort of criminal records, things like that. So I do think that it was very quote unquote secure, even more so than any other convention that I've been to, where I think journalists and a lot of people have a lot more free roam. I was in the content creator space myself with Twitch comms down there. And like, I saw people even getting stopped.
I think this minority creator not having much traffic is something bigger than you and me. The algorithms that recommend content to people are still controlled by companies that see profit and have their interest in politics. Yes, absolutely. Unless you and others constantly push and show these other creators, the algorithms just won't promote them. No, totally. There is a lot working against those whose voices need to be heard and who deserve to be deserve to be in these spaces and are not. So yes, the platforms that we are on here on the internet are controlled by these right-wing billionaires, and they want to see things. Some men just want to watch the world burn. They are incentivized for there to be just rage bait and hatred all over the place. Upon introspection, sometimes I find myself looking for the perfect victim within. When I don't find it, I then usually spiral into believing that I deserved what happened to me. Yes, and that is because that has been drilled into you by a society that goes, if you are a victim, you better be a fucking saint. You better be perfect, because otherwise you deserved it.
Creators being stopped and asked questions and things like that. I'm curious, like, your perception from the outside. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the discourse online, but like, how would you say it compared to other conventions from what you saw?
I think just from like a technological perspective alone, there were more measures in place at this convention than any other convention that I've ever been to. And that includes conventions for YouTube. It includes like
Critical,
VidCon and
thank you for
Playlist
32
Live,
months.
as well as like anime and
Thank you for
Comic
2-1.
Cons and other types of conventions.
Yes, and my take on this was that it was not a problem with there being no security. It was that the priorities were in the wrong places. People who were harassed, who were over policed, over secured, and the issues that it caused. And then in areas like the meet and greet, or just the fact that the guy who assaulted Emmy was able to walk out of the convention, nobody stopped him, how that was there, of how it was very inconsistent, and how the issue is the way that security was operating.
Concerts and stuff, like, you have seen sort of this industry of security technology grow, and this to me is sort of like looking at sort of what I would
favoritism. No, let me give you an example. So journalists were not able to move around the con. Security just I don't know what they were doing. But then, and same with people's managers, like BB No Money and I have the same team, and our manager had issues with accessing the backstage spaces where BB No Money was. But then in other instances, I heard stories about how sometimes there was no security in the backstage area of, say, the Glitch Theater, and that people were able to just walk through. And then also at also the general lack of doing anything about, and this isn't really on the security there, this is a Twitch management in regards to the IRL streamers who were causing problems. And so it just felt like security was sometimes very intense when they shouldn't have been, when they were forcing VTubers to take off their masks and expose their faces at a place where people are live streaming, or people who are immunocompromised having to take off clear masks. That is not good. That was a problem. but then letting sexual assaulters walk out of the convention. So to be clear, it's not that there was zero security, that there were zero cops. It's that the security was inconsistent and was being applied sometimes. It was being applied sometimes to the detriment of people who were being over policed, and then not to people who needed to be.
Was just seeing in viral.
I used to say I was an IRL streamer until that new wave came in and screwed it up for our reputation. I know a lot of people now are like, oh, I promise it's not all of us. I promise.
Videos. I'm like, they don't usually have this type of stuff at these types of venues.
Yeah, the whole energy was like very kind of tense around it. I mean, there were these big female streamers that chose not to go because of concerns around safety. It had the vibe to me of VidCon after the Christina Grimmie murder, where this YouTuber was murdered by a fan, and YouTube and VidCon really cracked down the next year, where they sort of started to realize, like, we really need to protect talent. It was significantly more secure than certainly Playlist Live, which we were both at a while ago. And I'm just speaking purely from influencer events, because I think that those are that sort of engender a certain type of fandom. It was the most secure, quote unquote, influencer event that I've been at. When I toured Twitch's security center the day after the Emiru incident, I was struck by the surveillance of it all. First of all, not only did they have police officers, plainclothes officers, like constantly, throughout the venue, and security officers all over, but they had just this huge surveillance infrastructure. So they had 92 cameras set up in addition to all the security cameras in every single corner of the convention hall. And then they had every single live streamer. If you went live from TwitchCon, they had your stream pulled up, basically like geofenced the whole area, and like pulled in every single stream on these massive like 1984 style monitors, where they had, I literally think it was probably thousands of streams. Every single stream had like the person's name, whether they were partnered or not, like some information, and then just like the videos playing. And then they had dozens and dozens of analysts.
I'm not going to cover the Isaac Chenner interview. I need to take a look at it. If I do, it wouldn't be today. I just
like
have a lot
sitting
of other
around,
stuff.
analyzing, replaying footage, looking at people. I don't know if they were doing facial recognition or not, but it was certainly like they were zooming in on things, looking at social, monitoring it all. What struck me is that like they had essentially deputized these live streamers, IRL streamers, which are primarily men, to like go around and surveil the convention. And the argument was sort of, well, look, we have so much surveillance footage. This is how, like, this gives us extra monitoring. And it just, of course, showed to me, of course, surveillance does not mean safety. It just means more surveillance, especially when the people doing the surveillance are these troll live streamers. I think that was a huge difference between this convention and other conventions that I've been at as well. Aside from maybe 2015 VidCon, or maybe it was 2016, when Meerkat, remember like Meerkat and Periscope and everything came out? That was a year like a lot of people were live streaming, not in the same way. This was like true 1984 style. Like every single person was live streaming, and the convention was overrun with these IRL streamers, which is a category that has skyrocketed over the past year.
Yes, like this culture of IRL streaming, I think it's so important to point out that it is not done with like women's safety as like an interest. In fact, it's oftentimes the exact opposite. So much of this type of streaming and what you see succeed on this platform and elsewhere is actually just like harassing women, which is a really interesting juxtaposition with like, we need more surveillance, when so often surveillance in itself is to the detriment of like women and marginalized people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was struck when I was looking at this giant tile of like screens and streams, is that they were on mute. I'm sure that you could click in and hear what was being said if you wanted to zoom in on certain people. But to me, it seemed very, the sort of surveillance was optimized for like physical security, rather than the type of security that I would argue matters a lot as well, which is like, it is related to physical security, but it is like, the hate and harassment and abuse. And we'll get into that. So let's talk about the Emiru situation, because I think this was the most clear security breach. Like, I just want to be clear. I'll say it again. I think this was such a catastrophic failure. It was horrible what happened to her. It was completely unacceptable. It's a nightmare. I've been assaulted on the job before. It's awful. I completely empathize with what the threats that people like her have to deal with. The fact that she was assaulted and it was her security guard that stepped in and not Twitch's security or the police that were around, that Twitch's security and the police just let him walk out of the venue was absurd. I think talent probably should have been behind tables with security guards on each side. That's what they do for a lot of big celebrities at like Comic-Con and other events. When I did my book tour, I had to be behind a table at public events.
Also, sorry, I know this is a lot of what we've already talked about before, and ultimately like the new things that have happened in the last couple days is Emmy, unfortunately, again, revealing to be a victim of assault and abuse. But basically, I'm just waiting till they get to their conversation of talking about, in general, the culture of violence against women.
Because I had so many threats and people threatening to harm me. But it seemed like this was just like a massive lapse in, keeping women safe at the convention.
100%. And I also think that that really goes to show, and this is reflective of just like policing and security in general, but this rhetoric that like men in the vicinity will protect women, this is a perfect example of why that is not the case. It was her personal security guard who stepped in, but you do have all of these men who are tasked with security standing around who just did not intervene, and that is not irregular. Like, that is a reflection of what happens when women go to the police and report that they have been assaulted or that they are being harassed. Like, it is not taken seriously. And I think that this just really does go to show why putting people in these positions, like men protecting women, it doesn't play out in real life. If anything, putting more men, more security in the situation can become more of a danger to women because you can't necessarily trust those specific individuals who have been tasked with like security.
I was so appalled when I heard that Emmy Rue said that they were like laughing or sort of laughing off the incident. Like, I can understand if she was laughing because she has been through trauma, and often the trauma response would be to kind of like laugh it off and downplay it. But the people around her should have recognized how egregious.
Yes. Okay. So it is one thing if you are the victim of an assault to be laughing in the moment, especially when it is on something like Twitch, where you have a camera, you are aware there's an audience. In the moment, you don't you don't know what to do. Your natural instinct might be to play it off. It's another thing that the Twitch security personnel were joking about it, were laughing about it. They were not the victim in that situation. And to go along with that, I want to say that I saw there was an incident on a Twitch stream that I think was from a while ago, and it involved, I really don't know who these people are, so I'm sorry if I say names wrong. Saeed, who is the assistant to FaZe Silky. And in the clip, he is being held against his will and being assaulted by two female streamers, Nina Lynn and Zoe Spencer. And he's laughing in the clip because he's uncomfortable, because that is a response often that people may have, whether it's on camera or off camera, where it's not a measure of the situation not being serious. So for anyone who saw that clip and went, "Oh, but he's laughing, it seems to be a joke," I need you to understand that that is a common response when someone is put in an uncomfortable situation, is being violated, whatever is happening. It's a way to, it's a trauma response, but it's also a, trying to not upset anybody and not turn something into a big deal. It's a defense mechanism. Yes. And then what I thought was what I saw that I also wanted to address was that, and Saeed has talked about, let me, this will just be easier. Let me pull up, okay. He talked about this. He talked about what happened to him.
Basically, like, I didn't want this whole thing.
Sorry.
To happen.
Also, sorry, a lot of times I try not to play clips from these accounts. A lot of them are just Twitch streamer drama accounts. But
have an outcome like this. I mean, I didn't want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And
yeah.
people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. I don't know. I just ever since that this whole thing resurfaced, like every single time it resurfaces, it just takes a toll on me, and I just don't want to talk about it just because of that. And like, the main thing for me is, like, I don't want my parents to see it and then have them like break down over it, because I did later on tell my parents about the sexual assault, and my mom ended up crying for a whole month and felt like it was her fault. Because I do have a history of suicidal thoughts and stuff like that. And that day I was alone, and I just didn't want to, like, I just sat there and thought to myself over and over again. I will be taking time to deal with it myself, and I'll obviously try and work on being more vocal about it, and I really hope that people learn from this and try and understand, like, other people can deal with stuff like this and you probably don't even know. And the thing that hurt me the most was when they said I should be embarrassed, that I'm probably embarrassed.
Okay, so what he was referring to is when this was brought up, this is a separate stream, a separate clip, and Nina was called out for having assaulted Saeed. She said it was embarrassing for men to be assaulted here.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed.
Sorry, that was so loud.
That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, be like, you definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you better let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
How you trying to patch that up?
I think he came out.
No, he was here. But I didn't.
Okay. All right. So you get the general gist there. And this idea that it's embarrassing for a man to be sexually assaulted, this is a pervasive, harmful element of the patriarchal rape culture that we exist under. And male victims of sexual violence are either, they are dismissed. It is oftentimes you'll see the response be like, okay, gay, if it's a man who assaults a man. If it's a woman, especially a conventionally attractive woman, people think that just doesn't exist. They're like, no, that literally just is not a real thing. This is why patriarchal culture hurts men as well. And when we have these conversations around abuse, I'm also addressing male victims as well, and how ultimately all victims of abuse are being, are suffering from the symptoms of a patriarchal culture, but there are differences in the ways that victims are affected. And for men, the way that their experiences are dismissed as a joke, that it's embarrassing for them, because especially if you're a heterosexual man, the kind of idea is that you want to have sex with any and all women. So if a woman is assaulting you, then you're lucky. Then you should be happy, because don't all straight men just want to be having sex with women all the time? And then for men who are victims of men, it's embarrassing because of the way that homophobia then comes into the picture. So in having conversations around rape culture and around this culture of abuse that we exist in, it's in order to recognize and understand how these issues are still perpetuated. And there are people who will laugh off what happened to someone like Saeed and not take it seriously, and see him laughing and be like, oh, clearly it wasn't that big of a deal. See that it was women who were holding him down, who were forcing themselves on him, and be like, oh, dude, you should consider yourself lucky. So it's something that needs to be taken seriously. And I saw that they were banned for 24 hours, which I don't think sends a good message. I think that there is a problem right now with how Twitch handles when assault occurs on a live stream, because there's it's one thing if something is happening off camera, because streamers have bad experiences with other streamers. It's not always on camera, but it's another thing when it's happening on the platform. So I think a 24-hour ban for assault like that is sending a message that it's not a serious thing. And I think it is a serious thing. I think it is. And so, look, y'all, it's not that complicated to understand. Respecting people's autonomy, not inappropriately touching people, forcing yourself on someone, whether you think you're doing it as a bit or not, it doesn't matter what your intention is. It's what occurs. And it's what occurs when there's not consent involved. And when the person that it happens to is put in a violating position where they are not comfortable, they are not okay with that happening to them. People put into perspective, someone compared it to Rogan's 30-day ban for the panel, putting it into perspective. I mean, gosh, I've been banned for longer for watching clips of an award show. So I've seen this a lot, and I think sometimes those who are saying it are mad that they had to face consequences for their own actions, and they'll be like, "Oh, Twitch's ban, Twitch's way of banning is not consistent and it's not fair." And I do think it is an issue here that Twitch is going to need to figure out how to address this, because if somebody assaults someone on camera and only gets a 24-hour ban, then that sends the message, not just on this platform, but in general, that assault is not a serious thing to be taken seriously. In the same way that the man who assaulted Emiru was not stopped by security, was initially given a 30-day ban, which again sends the message that assault, which is a crime, is not something that should be taken seriously. Many people need so much education. Even the two girls doing it don't realize they're perpetuating patriarchy, having the man can't say no to women, so it's okay. They don't understand SA and often think it's playing or trolling. Yes. They think that they think that it's all a joke, that women can't assault men. They can. They do. And this attitude of it's embarrassing as a man to be assaulted is a pervasive attitude, and it only contributes to the never-ending oppression in our society that dictates, one, what is expected of men, what is expected of women, the power dynamics, the normalizing, the continued normalizing of rape culture, of just how it happens all the time. People think it's so normal. They don't understand. They don't understand how it just is contributing to a hostile society. When I told my friends about being assaulted when I was 15, they said, hell yeah. It's like when you'll see a story of a teacher, a female teacher, who molested a student, and the response is like, oh, lucky. Oh, dream come true. No, that's a crime. That is rape. And language is very important. And a lot of times it will be framed as like teacher has affair with student. Teacher seduces student, shit like that. That is child rape.
And terrifying that was. And there's a few things that happen too that I think show why more security does not mean more safety. First of all, this man who assaulted her was not a known entity.
Anyway, I'm very sorry that Saeed experienced that, and I hope that this can be a lesson for not just those female streamers, but for everyone who has become aware of this situation. Please understand this attitude in regards to men being victims of sexual violence is something that continues, and how this is why over and over again I say that a patriarchal society is bad for men and for women, for all people.
He wasn't on her like stalkers list. You know, this was just a bad actor who went through the security checks. He didn't have, you know, seemingly any sort of record that would have been flagged. He was able to buy a ticket. He was able to, cut across some lines, but people cut across lines. That doesn't inherently mean that they're going to like violate someone. I think the point is that like he had a badge. He was a registered ticket holder. He had every right. Say he had waited in line to do that. You know, that would have been just as bad. I don't think you can know people's
Loaders,
attention.
thank you for the
And
Prime.
that's what's so scary,
Space
right?
Guy,
Is that
thank you
Like
tier one.
somebody could just wait in line and have the intention to harass or attack a woman, and they could do that, right?
Yes. And I even saw someone suggest that, like, as an increased measure of security, they could have like a security guard walk each individual person up to do the meet and greet. But again, would that have stopped him from assaulting her? No. And I feel like this also sort of like reflects this kind of underlying desire to control other people and to be able to like predict when someone is going to become violent, like to be able to respond to things in advance of them happening, which at a very basic level just is not possible. And I think a lot of people's reaction of like, we need more security, we need like more people out there. I understand where it comes from. It comes from like a primal fear of not being able to know when you're in danger and not being able to like keep yourself out of danger 100% of the time, which is also where security theater comes from.
I mean, I just think, like you said, it's so scary because I think there were tables available for the creators. Most creators stand in front. They're incentivized to give their fans hugs. When I talk to other creators about like, hey, why weren't you behind a table with 2 security guards? They're like, well, my fans want to take selfies. Like influencers especially are encouraged, and both of us have written so much about this, like encouraged to develop these parasocial fandoms. If you seem inaccessible, I mean, look at the response to Cutie Cinderella and the other female streamers that decided not to go. They were lambasted and dragged through the mud. CarolineKwan had a security guard with her and people were attacking her and criticizing her like, oh, who do you think you are? You know, you need security. Like, yes, she does. I was even nervous myself.
Jump scare. Sometimes it's a weird thing. You'll hear your name or you'll see your name somewhere and it takes a second. You're like, wait, is that's me. That's my name. You're a star. You're a star for being mentioned in a video titled, "They do not care about violence against women." Mama, I made it. Wow. Wow, this is how I've always wanted to make it. It's always been my dream to be talked about in this context.
Had 2 men travel to TwitchCon specifically to confront me, you know, because of some beef that they have perceived, you know, with me and some streamer. I have no streamer beef, but like, you know, whatever, because I'm talked about on these people's channels. I have a very well-known stalker who constantly tries to attend events that I'm at. Like, I had to be escorted out of a VidCon panel a couple years ago by 4 security guards. Right after the panel, I wasn't even allowed to at the front of VidCon that year.
Wait, you were attacked at TwitchCon? No. What she was referencing was that I had a security person the whole weekend because of threats and comments that had intensified in the week leading up to the con, and that there was kind of this attitude. There seemed to be a weird attitude, and this is something I addressed, of people not understanding that it's not a matter of how big you are as a streamer, specifically a female streamer. This is not something that I don't face threats and misogynistic abuse because I'm not a 10K plus Andy. And there was it was kind of just, there were some people, some male streamers who seemed to give the attitude of like, yeah, but you're not. They viewed Emmy, I think, as maybe being a victim because she's a big streamer, rather than they're at all having to do with the fact that she's a woman.
Because I had a streamer fan actually threatening to assault me. And like I said, I have been assaulted on the job. So I just say all that to say that like you and I both know what it's like, not to mention all the harassment.
And as I mentioned too in that stream post TwitchCon, a lot of times women don't share what they are experiencing, especially if you are a public figure in any regard, because you don't want to draw attention to it. You don't want to provide any type of satisfaction any acknowledgement for stalkers, for abusers, so that they know that you see it, that you are directly affecting them. So because a lot of that isn't shared, and often we're only having these conversations when, say, someone is assaulted or stalked on camera in front of a big audience, then people aren't understanding how commonplace this is. So this is all part of this hostile culture that seems to be intensifying, that seems to be only becoming more hostile, that I'm trying to discuss here and talk about what we need to do. And no, it's not going to, things are not going to be fixed overnight. It's not. But we have to be striving for a society, not just on the internet, but in broadly speaking, that is not violent against women, that does not normalize gender-based violence, that stalking is taken seriously, that rape culture is no longer as pervasive as it is. Also, normal people are stalked. The chance increases with your public profile, but it can happen to anyone. The issue is misogyny. Yes, it's not just female streamers. It is normal, everyday women who experience this. It's just when you have a spotlight on you, when you are a public figure, there's just more eyes on you. And then there is the parasocial element with Twitch and how this has resulted in numerous men believing, say, that they're in relationships with female streamers. They're in love with them. I get fucking crazy ass messages all the time about other female streamers. I have gotten messages from their stalkers. Yes. Anytime I do anything with female streamers, I inevitably get creepy, deranged messages from stalkers that they have that they may not be aware of.
That we receive online, like, we know what it's like to suffer this sort of gender-based violence. And I think that, like, if we want to talk about what keeps women safe, it's not just like more cops standing around doing nothing. Like, that is not going to prevent this stuff. It's not more like face scanning or whatever. It is fundamentally changing the culture of what's permissible and acceptable, because that man knew that he could walk up, do that, and walk out. And he was right. Look at some of the other appalling behavior that we saw at TwitchCon, where these men, these IRL streamers, were rating women, degrading women, harassing and abusing women. We had featured creators like Neon, right, saying the most misogynistic stuff, harassing women. These are partnered content creators, right? These are people that Twitch has, like, given the seal of approval to.
Yeah, these are people, like, I think about how Neon has, like, a publicist, and I've received PR pitches over the past week, like, do you want to interview this guy?
He was with Iggy Azalea.
Exactly. And it's like, this to me echoes so many of the issues that people don't take seriously. People don't take gendered violence seriously in general. And there's this idea that, like, online harassment, which directly escalates and leads to these incidences, is not taken seriously. And this idea that, like, police protect women, which is just so far removed from reality, which is that actually, like, police endanger women.
One Twitch streamer that I spoke to about this incident gave me a quote that I've been thinking about a lot. And he said, what happened at TwitchCon was to a very significant degree unavoidable, not because there weren't enough barriers to accessing VIPs, checkpoints, or staff training, but because this is a Twitch culture issue. Rape culture and hyper misogyny are rampant on the platform from top to bottom. Entire Discord and subreddits are dedicated to stalking and harassing women, POC, LGBTQ streamers. There can't be safety for women at these events until the company takes their concerns seriously on the platform. I thought this was so true and accurate. You know, I interviewed Dan Clancy at TwitchCon. I asked him about the Emmy Rue incident. He gave
Dr.
kind of
Ritchie,
a PR
thank you.
bullshit answer, but I also asked him why there weren't more women streamers on the platform, and he didn't have a good response. And to me, I don't cover Twitch as much as I do other platforms, but that is in part because it is such a male-dominated space. It is a culture issue to me, where if you look at the biggest creators on the platform, a lot of them are deeply, deeply misogynistic and hateful. And this culture pervades Twitch in a way that I don't think it pervades other platforms.
100%. And it doesn't surprise me that you would see then like a heightened sort of like safety concern for women on Twitch. It also makes me think about how, like, when I look at incidences at past conventions that I've been to, a lot of times it is featured creators who are being violent toward other featured creators, like oftentimes male creators being violent toward women. And this occurs like in the privacy of people's hotel rooms. This occurs like in VIP creator spaces. This occurs at after parties where only like featured creators are allowed to be. And the reason for that is because safety does not have to do with like who's allowed in what area or who has what wristband. Safety involves like cultural misogyny and the ability for men to be violent toward women and face zero repercussions. And when women come forward about these things, they are not taken seriously, and they are often punished more for speaking up than the men who actually assaulted them or harassed them are for doing these criminal acts.
Yeah, I also just think about the stuff that happened around TwitchCon, because of course you had the convention itself, and then you have these parties. Now, previous TwitchCons, there have been people roofied at parties, women have been assaulted. This year we had people like Jack Doherty, this like kick streamers, show up and start antagonizing, saying slurs,
Yeah, and here's the thing too. Male streamers who will speak out about what happened to someone like Emmy Rue will also contribute to this harassment towards women who they view as the enemy, as say these are women who engage in politics. These are women who openly decry the Gamergate atmosphere, environment that really seems to have never gone away, and how you don't care about violence against women when you only care if it happens to someone that you personally know. If you truly care, you claim to care about violence that women experience daily, then you cannot be an active participant in perpetrating violence against women.
Organizing people. There was all these other sort of like
I just saw Sneeko pretending to care about this, like he wasn't banned for threatening to assault a woman. God. Yeah, that's a guy who genuinely cares about women based on everything he's said that is deeply misogynistic.
And people on Rumble. Rumble's a right-wing video platform. Kick is this sort of like content for moderation free, like, you know, streaming competitor to Twitch. The creators on those platforms are some of the most toxic people on the internet. You also have people on Pump.fun live streaming, these crypto trolls that bought tickets, that came in, that even were antagonizing Dan Clancy, etc. And not antagonizing Dan Clancy in a good way, right? Like not antagonizing him to make things safer, but in a negative way. And so I think it's just so hard as well, because streaming culture rewards outrage. And I think a lot of these people have made a name for themselves online by going up and harassing women, attacking people, like being awful. And they can just buy tickets to this convention and get their content. They know that there will be these prominent women here who they can harass.
And so much of this stems from the objectification of women, which is a huge problem on Twitch because it reflects the broader trends of objectifying women in society. And so when I think about Twitch and its issues with women, I think also about things like community guidelines that patrol women's body parts, how that's been a really controversial issue on Twitch. And the way that the community often responds to these things is to further objectify women, to further sexualize women. And the problem is when men don't view women as equal to them, when they don't view them as people, when they do view them as these sexual objects, that is where this type of violence stems from. So you can't stop this type of violence until you attack the ideology behind it. And that can never be solved with like security measures. It has to be a broader cultural effort.
Which is why all of these men online, a lot of them, don't give a fuck about women's safety. Like, you know, we have the loudest voices in the room claiming to, you know, protect Emmy Rue and care about, you know, violence against women. Blah, blah, blah. If people like Ethan Klein, who is simultaneously launching misogynistic hate campaigns against countless women, including myself and you. I think of these like live stream fail or this like, you know, these weird like drama slop accounts that have been posting every single thing that I have said about this Twitch incident, right? And trying to make it seem like somehow like I don't care about women's safety, which is crazy, to the point that this female streamer Cinna, who's very well known, who, you know, she was even saying like, oh, you know, Taylor Lorenz started repeating a bunch of libs of TikTok conspiracies about me. Like, no hate to Cinna. I don't think she probably even knows my work. Like, you know, this woman is probably dealing with a lot herself. But you see this content sort of repackaged to further misogynistic hate campaigns, right? To further this misogynist hate campaign against me and you and others who actually report on gender-based violence. And I think that's what's so disturbing as well, is the weaponization of violence against women to further violent campaigns against women.
This is back.
Yeah, I mean, Cinna does not know Taylor, does not know the many male content creators, male drama Twitter accounts that relentlessly push anti-Taylor stuff. And I think what happened too is it wasn't just Cinna, it was people misunderstanding Taylor talking about the security at TwitchCon, where no one was saying that she wasn't saying there wasn't a problem. What she's trying to point out is the same thing that I said, which is that having more cops and more security isn't going to fix this broader cultural issue of misogyny, and that there was security at TwitchCon, and that guy still was able to walk out of there, and that Twitch still only initially gave him a 30-day ban. So, I do think her response to Taylor's tweet was taking it as Taylor like defending Twitch and saying that there was no security problem, when that's not what Taylor meant. And then people in her chat, because she was just reading chat, she doesn't know anything about Taylor. People in chat were typing things and she read it out. She did say, like, I don't know if that's true. She did say, I don't know if that's true.
To the basics of just like conservative rhetoric in general.
Taylor's point was that while there was security, it was mismanaged and done poorly. Yes. And in some cases, sorry, I didn't want to freeze. That was a mean freeze frame of Kat. In some cases, it was so over the top that it caused distress for VTubers. It prevented people who, like, journalists and managers and people who needed to like move around the con. And then in other cases, it allowed offenders to get away.
Cases like live stream fails, they lean conservative. They use slurs. They make fun of marginalized people. Like, they contribute.
Jump scare again. Hello. Who's that? Who's that? Weren't they forcing VTubers to take off their masks? Yes. Yes, they were. And it was very distressing for VTubers. There were some people in Cinna's chat trying to steer away from the BS, but a bunch of people were dunking on Taylor with arguments. Yeah. So Taylor also said in the video, no hate to Cinna. I don't think that I don't think she knows who, like, anything about me or why people in her chat were saying those things. And I think she misunderstood what I was trying to say.
To this very ideology that puts women in danger. It's also so ironic to me that Ethan Klein would act like he cares about women's safety and women on Twitch and misogyny on Twitch when I think about famous...
Also, sometimes what happens, I will suggest this, sometimes Taylor tweets something, it's not that clear. People take it the wrong way, and then she does a video deep diving and goes into further detail of what she was talking about in her tweets. And I think the security thing, it wasn't just Cinna who misunderstood what Taylor was saying about the issues with security at TwitchCon. So that's also what this video is going into.
He like couldn't stop himself from laughing at QT Cinderella when she was talking about being deep faked and having her likeness exploited. Like, he mocked her, and then when he tried to apologize for it, he like mocked her again. So it's like these individuals who are pushing these campaigns are so clearly coming at it from a bad faith perspective because they demonstrably, not only do they not care about women's safety, but they are part of the problem.
Oh, great. I just opened Twitter and the top comment is Ethan Klein responds to Taylor Lorenz claiming he's leading a misogynistic harassment campaign. I don't know what you're talking about, you lunatic psychopath. She's crazy. Keeps lecturing our community, which is majority female, about how I'm dangerous to women. Ethan Klein, women can also participate in misogynistic hate campaigns. They're actually often a core part of it.
I keep seeing people say, like, wait until you find out that most misogynistic comments are made by women. And I'm
So I've talked to Kat about this. When Kat was reporting on the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case, she said, and she's written about this, the majority of people who were sending her hate, who were harassing her in her comments, were women. And in the pop culture world, with podcasters and content creators who discuss the happenings in an industry like Hollywood, a lot of times it's women with majority female audiences. Same thing with Meghan Markle. Same thing with well, I think her Depp was pretty across the board, but there were plenty of women who were participating in that. And I mean, I've experienced this as well. I've experienced women who get mad at me, try and call me out on my takes when I'm trying to point out misogynistic abuse. And so it's not something that women are somehow immune from. Women being immune from misogyny. And we just looked at that incident with Saeed where he was assaulted by two female streamers, one of whom said it's embarrassing to be assaulted as a man. Like, that's embarrassing. That was a woman who said that. So women absolutely uphold a patriarchal rape culture and are not immune from falling for smear campaigns. The most jarring venom can come from women because you assume they would know better. Yeah, I think also when it's like women doing it to other women, it's very painful. Ms. tried to make this another Amber Heard situation so hard, but luckily it's not working and pretty much everyone's seeing right through it. I will say, though, I think it's because he already had a poor reputation. There are a lot of people who are incentivized to not like him. And I'm not saying that ultimately ultimately people are wrong for not liking him, but I think because in this situation, big male streamers who otherwise are not allies towards women are participating in a culture that harasses women, were coming out against Mizkif. So I do think that made a difference as well. Also because of what just happened to Emmy at TwitchCon, where she was assaulted on camera, because Emmy is a person that a lot of people know has really been through the ringer a lot and has experienced a lot of abuse and deals with so much to the point that it's become very normal for her. So people are supporting Emmy. Not everybody, but some people are supporting Emmy because they hate Mizkif. And you should support Emmy. You should believe Emmy, but it shouldn't be because you have a personal hatred of the of Mizkif, and not it having to do with not just Emmy being a victim of abuse, but wanting to stop the very normal violence against women that occurs all the time. The way some people are weaponizing Emmy's situation for their own agenda is gross. Yeah.
Like, wait until you find out. Like, you guys know nothing about feminism. This has been a core feature of the feminist movement for its entire existence. Like,
and to be clear too, people do not like Mizkif for valid reasons of their own. So I'm not saying that people who already hated him were wrong for that. It's more of examining the motivations of those who are discussing the abuse that Emmy spoke to and are using this for their own personal gain, and ultimately it not really being about her, and it not being about the violence that women face every day. I will say I've seen a lot of fans of Mizkif jumping ship, his subreddit full of people talking about how they're done defending him and want nothing to do with him. Yes, I mean, I do think it's been a long road, and this was the final stop. And I think I think his response to it, he definitely tried to pull from this playbook that we see over and over again. And he didn't do a very good job. This well-worn playbook that is often effective, but he did not utilize it well. It's true. The difference is people don't like Mizkif due to how he presented himself throughout the years. Videos are coming out of his past with Maya, and it shouldn't be this way. People should support Emmy because she's a victim. Yeah, I'm trying to think what happened recently where it was the same thing. I'm trying to think of what case we covered where similarly it was like, oh, well, can't remember. I'll see if I can think about it.
people who actually care about women's safety are fully aware that women perpetuate misogyny.
How do I feel about the vague threats Miz is making that he's planning to take a lot of people down with him? Cassie and Diddy? No. Oh, Nicole Kidman. Yeah, I think we talked about this when the news came out that Nicole and Keith were separating, getting a divorce. And I was like, wow, seems to be a rare occasion that the internet isn't immediately blaming the woman and surmising that, oh, she must have cheated or she must have done something and that's why she's getting divorced. And it's because Nicole Kidman is very popular, and there was the there was a story of Keith and his much younger guitar player. And anyway, that was like one of those rare instances where it felt like there immediately wasn't a shit train on the woman in the celebrity couple. I forgot, what does Keith do? He writes poetry about cop cars.
It is like these misogynistic men who have no grasp of what they're even talking about.
And they tokenize women, right? They tokenize the women in their community to say like, oh, look, you know, all these women support me. And it is such like Republican politics as well. I mean, you mentioned this is sort of this conservative ideology. You know, I posted this online, but it's like, let me direct a torrent of harassment and abuse towards a female journalist and repeat right-wing smears about her to thousands of people to show how much I care about women's safety. Like, it's also like you see this a lot in the UK where they weaponize, or here, right, with immigrants, right, where they're weaponize, you know, the rape of a woman by an undocumented person, or violence against women to hate on trans women, to hate on marginalized groups. And women's pain and violence against women is so often weaponized to push right-wing reactionary causes, and this is no different.
It's how, you know, they'll try and drive a wedge between cisgender women and transgender women, and how cisgender women are becoming reactionary and viewing the violence under a patriarchal heteronormative society as, and somehow blaming trans women for it, trans people in general, but with trans women and cis women turning and being like, you're not women. You're not women. You don't belong here. And it's very ugly. It's very ugly, and it is pointing fingers in the wrong direction. So many people online will weaponize women's trauma for their own agendas.
Reminds me of while campaigning, Donald Trump said that he would protect women whether they like it or not. And then as soon as he was put back in office, his administration defunded pathways for women to report when they were sexually violated by federal agents. So it's like you see this cycle over and over again where the idea of protecting women and women's safety has been so thoroughly weaponized by the right that it's actually used as a cudgel as they take away protections from women, as they objectify women, and ultimately as they enact this violence toward women.
Which is the ideology that a lot of these men support. Like, they do not support actual accountability. They don't want Twitch to rid itself of this culture of misogyny. It's a culture that they benefit from. A lot of these male Twitch streamers, they benefit from this culture of misogyny. They benefit, you know, by having women objectified. Like, they don't want to change the culture. They just want more security theater that doesn't keep women safe. And they don't actually care about women's safety.
100%. I think like when I was reading some of the commentary about this situation, I even saw people using it as like another excuse to bring up Amber Heard from the perspective of like not believing that Amber Heard is a victim. And people on Twitch were major contributors to the idea that like Amber Heard was an abuser and she wasn't a victim. And I'm like, how can you sit there and not believe Amber Heard and pretend that you care about women's safety? If you don't believe Amber Heard, just like bar none, like you don't care about women's safety. And time again, like this platform and every other platform have contributed to like these mass gaslighting events where women's pain is exacerbated under the guise of like caring about abuse. It's so ridiculous and it's so maddening. And these men don't, like, they choose not to see through it because they know that they will ultimately benefit from upholding these systems of misogyny.
I also think that, you know, I wrote about this recently in relation to like the Hassan Piker dog collar incident, but you see these out of context clips constantly used and weaponized in these campaigns. And I think
I seriously feel like I have aged 10 years, y'all. I have aged 10 years. I'm not trying to age 10 years out here. I'm not. I will. I can't state enough that the way the internet and the media played a major role in the Depp Heard case. And here on Twitch, you had streamers, male, female, leftist, apolitical, who contributed to the consequences that case still is having culturally. I cannot tell you what a fucking disaster that was, and how what we're seeing now, it didn't begin with Depp Heard was not the beginning of this, but the impact that the internet and the media played on the trial, and also how we see a lot of the language that was used at the time when that trial was playing out in the court of public opinion. And we're seeing a lot of that now, and people still talking about, oh, well, they're both abusers. Oh, well, she is, and finding any way to attack the character of a victim of abuse as a way to dismiss it. Just the dire consequences, of that. And how in trying to remedy how bad it's gotten, and the major harm that caused, it feels so difficult because people will still not make the connections. They still do not understand basic facts. They still do not understand that in the UK, it was proven in front of a judge that Depp was an abuser, that he lost the libel case in a country that famously is biased against journalists and authors who are accused of libel, that the burden rests on the outlet, which in the Depp case was The Sun, for all intents and purposes, a straight up rag mag. Didn't Ben Shapiro's company massively invest in the misinfo smear campaign? Yes, he was a part of it. So many people were a part of it. And for those who got it wrong, having not corrected the record since then is so bad. It's so bad. For those who, with a platform, who pushed misinformation, who are a reason that there are still people today who, not just with Heard versus Depp, but with other abuse cases, will get it wrong, and not people not recognizing the role that they played. And so it's really hard. Like, I was not a streamer at the time. If I was, I would have been drowned out. If I was streaming at that time, I would have been completely drowned out. I would have had maybe 5 people watching me. I would have been shit on left, right, center, all over the place. But me now being here, trying to educate people, trying to correct misinformation, trying to address these continuous pervasive cultural issues, like, I am having to undo damage that was done from that just keeps accumulating. And it is a really daunting task every single time. Now you would have blown up because of all the people shitting on you. I mean, seriously, I think I maybe would have quit, though. I don't know. I think it would have been so... It would have been so much. It would have been. I'm not responsible for Hassan, y'all. I know. Trust me. I recognize the role that he played. He needs to correct the record, but I'm not responsible for him. I'm not. So unfortunately, all I can do is hope that when people don't know what they're talking about, that they don't talk about it. That when misinformation is spread, that contributes to these lasting consequences, that they recognize that. I do that for myself. Sorry, not asking you to do it. That's fine. I saw other people mentioning it. So I'm like, y'all. I mean, look, if I was your mother, I say this to everyone. If I was your mother, I would have grounded your ass.
Actually, that video of that person scanning their wristband and how misrepresented that was is like a perfect example of this. Like, people coalesce around a narrative, and it's
one of my biggest regrets is that when the trial was happening, I was the editor of my school news team, and I wrote a story on it that lean pro-tap. I unironically played a role in the smear campaign, albeit a small one. But at least you recognize it now. The problem is people still not recognizing, and people who have enormous platforms, and those who also continue to engage in the same misinformation and smears post Depp and Heard. And people are using the same "they both suck" argument with Miz and Emmy. They did that with Heard and Depp. Yes, we see that all the time. Now, there is a lot of support for Emmy, explained reasons as to why. But yeah, see, this person got timed out, but she was no victim. I watched every second of that trial. She was a blatant liar. I'm sorry. As fake as they come. He was no angel at all. He's a drug addicted piece of shit, but she tried to destroy his life for money and lied the entire time. I refuse to be gaslit. Nobody believes her at all. Like 90% of people saw through her bullshit. I think dying on that hill is stupid. No pun intended. Yeah, so he's okay. It's fine what he did because of drugs. You know what happens is that people will look at the person who's reacting, and they will go, that's violent, that's abusive. And they don't at all consider what caused them to react like that. And this is all part of the myth of the perfect victim. And there was evidence that was laid out both in the UK trial, which was in front of a judge, and in the US trial, which was a jury. There were multiple witnesses, mutual friends, assistants who testified to when things turned in the relationship because of Johnny's constant substance use. And then the first time that he physically abused her. And then throughout the remainder of the relationship, all that people still look at are the instances of Amber not being the perfect abuse victim. And whenever she would react, things that she said to him, people took that completely in a vacuum. And they're like, see, and ultimately this has been, it's been something that many people in the years since have come to understand that they were completely led astray by people pushing misinformation on TikTok, the way that being pro-Dep was rewarded in the algorithm. So a lot of people were incentivized by it. And so that is how they consumed the trial. Or so a lot of people have changed their minds, but there are still those, and there are still those who will say either Johnny was the victim or that they both abused each other. And then since that case, it has led to it has led to just a further, it feels, deterioration of any progress that was made as a result of like the Me Too movement. Oh, wait, I think I'm getting a call from Wine about it. Hold on.
Hello, Karen.
Wait.
No! Shut up. Listen to Ray. Don't listen to Ray.
Wait, I got.
No, don't read her text. Look at me. Look me in the eyes, Caroline.
Oh.
Focus.
Oh, I can't look you in the eyes.
I know, but just focus. You're on Wine about it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Sam.
Okay.
You want to play RV there yet?
It's literally Cutie and Ray.
Wait, I do want to play Are We There Yet? Can I play?
Wait, you sounded like Sam.
It's Cutie and Ray
I've
on
been told
Wine
that.
about
Ray and
it.
Sam and I tend to have the same tone, I've been told.
Okay, can I just say for a second,
Okay.
I just had a heart attack because you called, and then Ray, as I was about to call you back, I saw her text, call me ASAP. I thought something really bad happened.
It is really bad.
I just want you girls to know.
Okay.
I want you girls to know that you just scared the shit out of me.
Okay, we're sorry, but it is really bad because
What now? What now?
You have 2 tickets to Broadway. Who are you inviting, me or Valky Ray? Who has, for the record, only ever seen Lion King?
I feel like I can't say.
Okay.
What do you want for the record of me, Ray? Don't you?
So
Oh,
here's okay.
Wow.
The reason that I'm
Someone that would like to go for once.
the reason I'm torn is because of Ray versus Cutie. I know that Cutie likes to go to musicals. I know that she's into that kind of thing. We just went to one. But I would want to expose Ray to theater. So I would so I'm torn. It's like, do I take the person that I know for sure is into this kind of thing and who I have experienced live theater with before, or do I take I'm giving a very apolitical centrist answer.
I'm a maid in Cancana. I'm a queen in Peru. I'm a mermaid dancing.
See, you're auditioning for to be the pig.
I'm an African safari.
Wow.
Pretty good though, huh?
That's so good. Wait, okay, so why
Ray, name that musical.
I wouldn't know because I haven't been
See,
exposed.
Ray hasn't been exposed. She is
Yeah, she's gatekeeping it from me. She's gatekeeping a friendship.
Ray said I could never make it on Broadway, and you just heard me hit that note.
I said it would take lots of years of practice.
African safari. See that? That's pretty good.
Okay, it's from Cinderella.
Yeah. Roger and Hammerstein.
Just so Ray knows, you know, in education, information is power. Okay, here's my answer. I'm getting you're both you're going and I'm staying at home.
Wait, I don't want to.
Okay, Caroline is in between us.
Okay, so you're telling me we could get 3 tickets.
I would either get a 3rd ticket or I go, you know what? I want the 2 of you to go.
That feels like a non
And I will be at the bar. I will be drinking at the bar and you report back to me.
I almost spilled so much wine and I stopped it. All right. Well, you know what? I was going to, hey, finish the song. Where's my cigar? Wow, really, Carol?
Wait, oh, I thought,
Where's my cigar?
I'm, okay, wait. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start. I'm as meek, I'm as mild and meek as a mouse. Okay, wow, we're on different parts. Hold on, I was starting at the beginning.
Mouse? What are you talking about? Oh,
I'm as mild and meek as a mouse. When I hear a command, I obey.
No, I'm on Newsies. You're still on Cinderella.
Oh, bro, I'm in Cinderella. Now we're seeing Newsies.
Yeah.
Oh.
I said, where's my cigar? I had a very clear and defined New York accent.
I'm so sorry. I completely missed it.
Okay, well now you're just like Ray, so never mind.
Okay, fine. I'm taking Ray.
What?
That just sealed the deal. That just sealed the deal. Ray and I are going. We're gonna have a wonderful friendship time. We're gonna take a lot of photos. We're gonna tell you how amazing it was. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I dreamed a dream.
You know, actually,
what?
I'm liking this this musical cutie.
I had a coat with silver lining. Ah. No, I'm pretty
Okay,
good.
now I want you to hit all of Hamilton.
My name is Hamilton. You know, I just don't really have the rhythm for that one, unfortunately.
Oh, really? You don't have the
Yeah.
have the rhythm? Okay, ready?
I'm trying to think.
I'll start it off for you.
What's that song? Uh-huh.
He was a bastard, orphan, son
I don't know it.
Son of a whore and a Scotsman dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot in the Caribbean by Providence, impoverished,
Right key.
in squalor, grow up to be a hero and a scholar. Okay, work on that.
Oh, I'll work on it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, girls.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Are you calling her?
Hello?
So, when are we going? Because, like, I would really love to be exposed to.
If
there's two things I don't do enough that I actually do enjoy that I don't do enough is Broadway and museums.
Okay,
And
I love
would
both.
Love to go. Yes, I think it'd be so fun.
25,600.
Sorry. There's a mosquito.
Yeah, I know. You just got to swat it away.
Oh,
I will happily take you to see a show.
I'll give you my credit card. Please get us tickets. Thank you so much.
Mama's paying.
Between Cutie and I, that'd be great.
Yeah, for sure. I just took Cutie. I just brought her to live theater, so now it's your turn.
You guys just went. Yes, I would love to go.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't like it, but I would have appreciated it.
Yeah. No, I know.
But I didn't like it.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you say you didn't like the show, Cutie?
Well, I didn't dislike it. It just wasn't one for me.
All right. Now I'm actually going to cancel yours.
I'll be there.
Okay, Ray. We'll make we'll make a date of it. Someone who'll appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We'll think about you coming, Cutie. We'll think about
No,
it.
we won't at all. We won't. Nope.
Okay, thanks, Caroline.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
That is the last time I take Cutie to a musical. The last time. Ray also was like, put it on my card. We'll go. So the answer has never been clearer. Scootish, what up? Thank you for the 10 months. Okay, that was a little intermission. The girlies on Wine About It. I really did have a heart attack. I really was scared because I got a call. I went to, and at first I was like, oh, maybe she doesn't know I'm live. I was about to text her back and be like, hey, I'm live. And then I get a text and the first thing I see is call me ASAP. as I said, I've already aged 10 years in the last couple of weeks. So my heart can't take this right now. I need peace. I need peace. Because I just am, I'm always assuming the worst now. I'm like, somebody's dead or worse. I don't know what worse would be. Oh boy. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Jeez, oh Pete. Jeez. That I get so much anxiety when someone says call me. Yes, and it's something that my mother does. A lot of people's parents will do this. Or they leave a voicemail, but it's just a butt dial. And it'll be like a 2-minute voicemail. And then you realize it's a butt dial. Or just the text that says, call me. Hey, permission to hit the bong? Yes. Yes.
Motivated narrative. Like,
okay, anyway, I'm sorry. We're returning to this. We have 20 minutes left. This is an important conversation I do want to finish. Yeah, call me, and then you call and they don't fucking answer. And they don't answer. You're like, you can't do this to me. All right. Anyway, refocus. Back to this video.
in
Back
this
to the
case, a lot of
discussion.
these top streamers hate Dan Clancy. I have no allegiance to Dan Clancy. He could be a terrible CEO.
Very
Like,
funny point
I've
to
only
return
reported
to.
on the company like marginally, but like I'm not here to like cap for any tech CEO. So, whatever. But they're sort of motivated to push him out and to show him as this failure. And they think that sort of like maybe leveraging this event will further that goal. And so they launched this like essentially a disinformation campaign where they're sort of like taking all these out of context clips, mischaracterizing them and using them to push this narrative. And it's really frustrating to me because we both reported on this a lot, but like the way people get information now is from this like Awk 3000 account or whatever, which is I guess some teenage, streamer fan, like these sort of like these distributed news systems, these Reddit accounts, etc. People that aren't doing actual reporting, right? People that aren't calling up the company that, makes those scanners or calling up whatever, or they're just like emailing a customer service rep, right? Like in the Hassan dog collar situation, like they don't actually do any reporting. They don't go to look at the actual caller, right? They're just like doing slop content basically that mimics journalism. But they, even when presented with any sort of facts that counter their preconceived belief, they double down, they triple down. You cannot convince them that what they've seen is wrong because they keep saying, well, how can I, so you're saying I can't trust my own eyes.
It's so exhausting, and it is so reminiscent of like the rhetoric that we saw during Deb v. Heard, which has informed so much of like how these events are consumed on the internet and who is granted credibility and who is taken seriously. I also think like another great ongoing example of why surveillance doesn't keep women safe is this ongoing viral discourse around the DoorDash TikTok incident.
Yes.
Ugh.
For people that don't know, this DoorDash woman,
Oh my God. Jesus. I did not hit the Benjamin. Holy fuck. Oh my God. This DoorDash discourse is physically killing me. I was about to say that my comment section, God, my comment section on the short that my editor posted of me covering that is still blowing up. It is still blowing up. People are still like, oh yeah, well, I guess this, all this shit you're saying would work if she didn't open the door, which is something that was completely fabricated on the internet that's being pushed by AI. You have AI TikToks that are pushing this shit. Oh my God. It's so exhausting. I usually lurk, but you're on a streak right now that made me Yes. Indeed. Mackie boy, thank you for the 4 months. Y'all, this shit is killing me. Oh, you know, I am tired of talking about this stuff too. Let me just be clear. And I do try to have fun on the stream, and sometimes I wish that like I could just have fun and just be somebody that has fun vibes only. I really do. But I feel like I have to talk about this stuff all the time. And I wish other people would. I wish this wasn't something I felt like I had to do constantly. And I feel bad when I see, and I don't blame people, but when it's like, oh, vibes in Caroline's chat are always intense, and I try not to have them be intense, and trust me, I wish I could feel like I could just watch silly things and have fun and be a total escape and be good vibes only. And if you're like, well, you can, but I don't think I can. I just, that's not why I started streaming. That's not why I continue doing this. And I feel like if I don't keep talking about these things, that's one less person in a space that a lot of people don't talk about this stuff. And so, yeah, I talk a lot to people in private, and I have what I think are important conversations, but then it's also shit that I address publicly. So basically, I'm just doing this all the time. I'm just doing it all the time. And I think maybe there is a part of me that is starting to resent it. Maybe I have felt resentful. Maybe I'm just drained. Maybe it's I think vibes in here are pretty balanced. That's good. I hope so. But I know also that these are topics I talk about constantly. And I hope it was clear what I was saying earlier, in that I do this too because I always want to be an advocate for y'all. This is my way to not just create a community where you know you can be safe to be yourself here and you're not going to be like constantly under threat, but so you know that in these other spaces there are people fighting on your behalf. And I'm not the only person. Like, I will say, let me just say, I know people, maybe you watched Cutie's apology. Maybe there's still things you're bothered about. I do want to say she is a person who does have a lot of these tough conversations in private. And it's one of those where you don't reveal those publicly, because the whole point is to like be talking to people privately. And so whatever, everything else aside, I just wanted to point that out. My God. Because there's not a lot of people who are doing that in private. And maybe it's because they don't have that connection, or they can't be putting themselves in harm's way. They shouldn't be having to do that labor, you know? But anywho, I I feel y'all. I feel y'all on this shit is exhausting. It's so exhausting. I wish that it was just fun vibes always. And there are definitely streams with people who have cultivated really wonderful, safe communities, and it's just great vibes in there. And there's no problem with that. And I appreciate that. And I want those spaces to exist. I just, it's like, I feel I can't complain about this because I have chosen this for myself, but also, I just wish more people I wish more people in a position like mine would speak up more. You don't have to be a political streamer to try and be a part of changing this culture. Yes, that is Farley on the floor. Yes. Okay. Anyway.
Delivery woman came up to a door delivery. This man ordered delivery. The door was wide open. This man had his pants down and, was sort of appeared to be sleeping. We don't know if he was actually asleep. Theoretically, he was probably not asleep because he did order the DoorDash order and had exposed himself to this woman. She recorded that. She posted that online. She was promptly fired from DoorDash for violating privacy guidelines, I guess, like filming a customer without his consent. Okay, fine. But the point is that she recorded a sexual assault, as you mentioned. This led to this like days of discourse and abuse. And now we have this AI smear campaign happening right now where essentially she's being attacked and re-victimized and people claiming all sorts of things about her.
100%. And it's like that to me is such a perfect example of why surveillance doesn't keep women safe, because these types of clips can always be weaponized against women. Like, it's so frustrating because at the end of the day, like, if the ideology blames women for violence that happens to them, then no amount of security or proof or evidence will ever be enough. And we see this time and time again. And in fact, having all of this material has only served to make this woman less safe. But if she hadn't captured that video, nobody would believe her. And even with that video, people still don't believe her. So it's like, it really is a lose-lose situation for women and girls, like, time and time again.
Exactly. I mean, I am just so...
And I think that was the thing with the Emmy and Ms. Kiff situation, is that now people have found old clips, ones that Maya's in as well, when she dated Ms. Kiff, and they are pointing to the apparent discomfort that those women are exhibiting and how they're clearly being affected by that man. Oh my God, Jesus. This fucking DoorDash thing. Sorry, y'all. Lucas, thank you for the 31 months. TTC, thank you for the tier 1. Mackie Boy, thank you. The vibes on your streams are always immaculate. I appreciate in the community you have. My gay indigenous self feels safe and always has fun here. Thank you, Skullho. I always want that for you and for everyone else. While also trying to hope that my words at least what reach more broadly without me having to sacrifice what we've created here in this community with those of you who are the backbone of my community. Kat is so underrated. Saw so many people pull up her article on Darvo, which made me happy to see her get her flowers. Kat is one of the best voices who writes about Darvo. And so Kat has a newsletter, a Substack called Spitfire News. I reference her writing a lot. She's very good. And if you want to understand Darvo and see how it applies not just in these cases of domestic violence, but how she applies that to how the Trump administration employs Darvo, how protesters are turned into the into the violent offenders and rather than like being victims of the state.
Because when you see that video of the man with his pants down, right? Like, and of course we can't know the motivations, blah, 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 blah. Whether that was intentional or not, that is sexual abuse, right? Like that is appalling what happened. But people are litigating, oh, well, why did she do this? Why did she do this? The video is so quickly weaponized against her. And that is what a lot of video evidence does, right? Like, I mean, the Amber Heard thing is a perfect example too, where like you saw even photographs of her own bruises were litigated. Like there is no amount of evidence or surveillance or whatever that could possibly vindicate a woman because people have already decided that the woman is the villain and the woman is guilty and she is the aggressor and she is wrong in these situations.
Also, like, it's worth noting that this stuff isn't new because even predating a lot of the technology we have now, like studies about bias show and have shown historically that you can show two people the exact same like audio recording, video clip, picture, or like wall of text, and they can both walk away being like, oh, well, it's clear as day. Like my preconceived opinion is reflected in this evidence. So it's like there's not like a universal understanding of what footage reveals. And in fact, it can so easily be weaponized against like victims, and it happens every single day.
I want to get back to TwitchCon because I do think like,
TwitchCon.
we should talk about like kind of what should.
Your impact is larger than you think. I sometimes bring up perspectives or resources on social issues you've touched on when my friends and I talk about them. It's a ripple effect. Oh, that's so good to hear. the education at work. I love that. I enjoy the bro vibes at times with either Will or Son, but sometimes I feel the need to feel the vibes here because when I'm here, I get to be more reflective towards myself and see more clearly towards people I care about, for instance, my mom and sister. And that's why I said I ultimately want there to be more voices in the mainstream space so that we aren't relying upon those who are part of the dominant culture to be good allies, to like not be total shitbags, because that's exhausting. And it means that there's not, there's an imbalance ultimately. And I recognize too that the purpose that people like Will and Hassan serve as straight broy men who are there to be a role model for young men and show them, hey, you don't need to be an Andrew Tate. Hey, you don't need to be a little shit fuck bag. I send your clips and videos. Oh my God. Thank you. As someone who's been in Emmy's community for over 3 years, I'll say that streams like yours tonight are definitely appreciated just as much as the fun vibe streams. Y'all, as much as I'm like every day, Caroline, don't seek validation. Remember why you do this. It does mean a lot that the work I do here is having an impact, and that there are people here who have learned things, who have passed that along. So thank you for the reminder.
Have been done and like what can be done to actually fix this. Like a couple things too I'll say is like, I don't know why Twitch has TwitchCon. I guess it must be a moneymaker for them, but no other platform has like an entire convention dedicated to that platform as far as I know. Like, I mean, YouTube sponsors VidCon, but even VidCon is so diminished, it seems perhaps counterproductive to even have this event. But if it does go forward, I do think that there are changes that need to be made, and like it starts with confronting these systemic issues. Like I think the first thing
One Piece Revolutionist. Thank you for the 5
to change the culture of the
subs.
platform, crack down on misogynistic hate speech, demonetize, content creators that are attacking women, brigading women, and start working to cultivate relationships with women content creators.
This goes for a number of social media platforms, but among like the ranks of the most followed people, you will always have like these violent misogynists who directly harm and endanger women on the platform, women in their audience, and nothing is done about that. And there is a trickle down effect where it's like, if some of the most followed people on Twitch face no repercussions and are actually like, they gain things from misogyny, they gain popularity, they enrich themselves, like they gain status from being misogynistic. So as long as that is the case, it will trickle down into fan behavior, and people going to these types of conventions will learn from the people who basically rule this platform.
Oh, you mean influence?
Most visible people on this platform, that this type of behavior is not just tolerated, but encouraged.
Yeah. Oh, you mean these streamers having influence like I talked about, and viewers needing to understand that they're being influenced?
And then when those people aren't held accountable, it just perpetuates this cycle over and over and over again. When I speak to experts in gender-based violence, something that I hear time and time again is that we've never even tried to hold men accountable for violence against women. Like, we've never even attempted to instill consequences, like widespread consequences for harming women. And so as long as that is the case, of course it will continue, because it's not just that there's no deterrent to this behavior, but it's actually rewarded by the platform and socially by other men.
Yeah, I mean, I think of this guy, Jake Lucky, who's this gamer who almost 500,000 followers, quote tweeted this tweet that I posted about security and how actually Twitch was quite secure. And he quote tweeted this video of Neon acting abhorrently, right? And taking advantage of the fact that he had basically carte blanche to do whatever he wanted at that convention because he had the highest level of access given his status as a streamer. And he goes, Twitch's security was insanely strict. And he shows Neon sitting behind Deshae Frost's meet and greet table. And as I said then, like, this man is a Twitch creator who is credentialed, who was invited. That's my whole point, is that like you have the worst people at the top acting like this. That trickles down. And it's so disappointing because this bad faith guy, Jake, of course, gets almost 1 million views on his tweet, thousands and thousands of likes and retweets. And I'm like trying to respond. And I think I have, 37 retweets and just a torrent of misogynistic hate towards me, like, in his replies. So even after the bad behavior coming from the top at TwitchCon, the bad behavior is continuing online, and they're continuing to drive hate and harassment towards women, using violence against women as this sort of pretense on the internet.
He's not as bad as like, I don't know, that Yeet account or accounts like that, but he is still pretty noxious.
We just need to call out this behavior and start listening to actual women.
It's so clearly bad faith, because it's like, okay, if you agree that this streamer is misogynistic, then surely you're gonna like continue to call this person out, and surely like you'll consistently denounce this behavior in all forms. No, of course not. This kind of tweet, like, in itself is bad faith harassment of women, like, as you just said. It's just under the guise of like, oh, you guys are in the wrong. And it is so exhausting because all of the people who are joining in on this bandwagon, they all know what they're doing. They all know that they don't care about women. But when you are arguing in bad faith, you have no requirement to like be morally consistent. You have no requirement to actually believe the things you say. And everyone else joining in on this bandwagon comes from the exact same perspective. And so nothing will be done. And if TwitchCon were to continue happening, then this behavior will continue happening because no one in the community actually cares about it. They just want to use it as an example to weaponize against their own political enemies. I think the fact that like Hassan has been brought up in regards to this so many times gives the entire game away, because what on earth does that have to do with these incidents? Nothing. But this is political gaslighting, like in its purest form, and all of these communities love engaging in it.
The Hassan stuff is so appalling.
Here's the other thing as well. So when we are constantly bringing up things like harassment and other forms of misogynistic abuse and identifying it as such, and are met with people rolling their eyes and being like, oh, you call everything harassment, you call everything abuse, maybe you should stop and realize that that's exactly because we are talking about the pervasiveness of it and how fucking normalized it is. And so It's everywhere. And it's something that we are calling out over and over again. It's a pattern of behavior. It's just baked into our culture. And so do you think it's fun? Do you think it's fun to have to be like, this is harassment? This is an example of misogynistic abuse. Do you think that's fun to have to constantly be talking about it? No. But people have this mentality of, because something is identified over and over again, rather than seeing that that is a result of a problem being so persistent, they look at it as just a copy paste response with no merit. You're all pussy, radicalized people that can't think for yourself. Wow, I've never heard that one before. Have never heard that one before. I'm pussy. Who's pussy radicalized? Who's been radicalized towards pussy?
Because like the first thing you'll hear, and people were literally saying this as well, like after I interviewed Dan Clancy. Again, I'm a mainstream technology reporter, right? Like I also interviewed Twitch's head of product. I interview leaders of tech companies all the time. Not only did Dan Clancy speak to me, he spoke to Bloomberg, like he speaks to other technology journalists. But on the internet, if you listen to these accounts, it's all just like, it's Taylor's relationship with Hassan. And, you know, that's why he's talking to her because of some Hassan thing. She wants to fuck Hassan. She's obsessed with Hassan. Like, it's disgusting. And it's this dismissal also of my own credentials as a journalist.
So exhausting.
Like, you know, what reporter.
It is so... It is so exhausting how that is a go-to that women have to deal with. And it's so gross when it's like female journalists who are trying to do their job and are accused of trying to just fuck whatever man, whether it's Hassan or whoever else. I mean, I've been hit with this. I've been hit with this fucking shit where we're not human beings who have our own opinions, and who by actually saying we just want to fuck these men, you're proving a point that we're trying to make here. But no, we're not allowed to have our own agency. We have no agency. And so the only reason for having the opinions we have and saying and reporting on the things we do is because everyone just wants to have sex with Hassan Piker. That is so misogynistic. And if you can't see that, if you can't see why that is misogynistic, then you really don't see women as human beings, and you don't see women who are in positions like being journalists. You don't see them as capable of forming their own opinions and trying to do their jobs. Zero sense of irony when they say things like that. Yeah. I feel like it's sometimes projection too. Remember when they say that about Kat? Kat is gay. Kat is engaged to a woman. She's getting married to a woman, and she still deals with that. That's how absurd it is. That's how just transparently misogynistic it is. That somebody like Kat Tenbarge, who is a lesbian woman, gets told she just wants to have sex with men. And that is a problem in and of itself, where lesbians are treated as women who either just don't know that they're actually sexually attracted to men, that they're lying, that, okay, maybe they like women, but really they still want to fuck men. Really. There is not a possible world where there are women who are not sexually interested in men. Couldn't be. Doesn't exist. You know what? I have to say, as a straight woman, for now, as a straight woman for now, there have been a lot of times that I don't want to have sex with men, where I'm just so turned off by men. Yeah. Who chooses? This is how you know. This is how you know it's not a choice, because oftentimes for straight women, and I'm not saying that there's, I know the whole like, oh, it's not some easy thing if you are part of the WLW community, but I just speak as a woman who has only dated men that that this whole idea that being gay is a choice, it's never applied to looking at straight people, because no one would assume, no one would ever look at being straight that way. When it's like, do you think straight people just like, straight women just love men? That they're just so happy. They're so happy all the time to be sexually interested in men.
Do. It's always sort of like reframing this woman and her accomplishments or her career in the context of this man and this man streamer, right?
I've also seen like viral posts taking Emiru's response where she explains the situation and turning it into a meme and saying that like she's being blackpilled. So basically they are using this incident to say that like women who are victimized are becoming conservative and holding conservative ideology as a result. The sad thing about that is that there is truth to the idea that like when women experience systemic misogyny and sexism,
yes,
it does sometimes like lead to people becoming more conservative, because it's like such a backwards ideology that is just so propagandistic in nature. It's the same thing where it's like when conservative far-right groups take examples of like white women being abused or even murdered by like men of color, they will take those incidences and they will weaponize it against entire immigrant communities in support of their far-right ideologies. And they regularly do this, like despite the pleas of the families of these women and even of these women themselves to not weaponize these cases. But it just goes to show in itself, this is a form of objectification of women. Like they don't actually care that she was violated. They don't actually care that she was assaulted. They just want to further objectify her and use her to push their own ideology.
Exactly. And I think it's so funny that this same Jake Lucky guy, who's of course like dunking on me or whatever, is also boosting this clip of this guy, American Dad Live, asking Dan Clancy basically like, why hasn't he banned Hassan? Like that's the subtext. He's saying like, you know, would he properly enforce certain streamers, what certain streamers have said that America deserved 9/11, veterans deserve PTSD. It's basically like, why haven't you deplatformed the people that I don't like? And, you know, boosting this conservative, bad faith American dad guy as if he's holding like Twitch accountable in some way.
And the truth of the matter is, politically speaking, there is misogyny on like all sides of the aisle. Like there's not like one place politically where you can go where like women are actually taken seriously. However, like generally speaking, most people who actually value women and who actually oppose misogyny are going to be progressives. So the fact that like all of this comes back to this like conservative agenda just goes to show like how bad faith it is. And it just like, it blows my mind that people are still falling for this idea that like conservatives actually care about women. They don't. Like they're just like objectifying and using violence against women as a way to further an agenda that is, again, objectifying and violent toward women.
I don't know. I mean,
this is why when we've had conversations in the past addressing the misogyny issue on the left, it's like, how the fuck do you think we are going to broadly progress on this, if we can't even do this on the side of the political aisle with the political affiliation ideology that says they are against sexism and misogyny, that they're pro women. So, not to rehash that whole conversation, everybody has blind spots. Being on the left doesn't make you infallible. Whether it's misogyny, anti-blackness, queer, transphobia. Okay, so yeah, we can't expect the rest of society to get on board, to move in the right direction when we are not addressing this in our own communities.
It's going to be so hard for Twitch, to ban streaming. Like, this is a streaming convention. I highly doubt that they're going to ban live streaming at the live streaming convention, if only because on the actual floor of the convention, like, there are so many booths set up for live streaming, and there are all these companies that want to demo their technology, and so they're showing off live streaming. But I do think that there's just a cultural shift that can happen. I
admit I'm not a perfect ally. Nobody is, but I try my best. That is what we can do. That is what we can do. No one is a perfect ally. No one is infallible. We all have blind spots. But it's a matter of what we're always striving for.
I don't know if you've attended the National Association of Broadcasters conference in Vegas. It's this massive, there's tens of thousands of people that go. It's huge. It takes over like the Vegas Convention Center. And it's for broadcasters. And there's a huge live streaming aspect. Like, they invite a lot of streamers. It's all basically like TV news people from around the country, but anybody that sort of broadcasts live footage. There are lots of content creators. They have an entire creator track. But you don't see this type of behavior because it's a professional event. And it's very focused on like professionalism. And, you have people live streaming all day and demoing their technology, but there's not this sort of antagonistic energy to it. I don't know if there's a way for them to automatically ban Rumble creators. Obviously, I think certain people should be banned from the venue. I don't think Jack Doherty was allowed in the venue even in this year. But I feel like culturally they have to do something to change the behavior on Twitch, because until then, I don't think the platform will be successful. I think it will continue to remain niche. And let's be real, I brought this in my interview to Dan Clancy. This is the 4th year that Twitch has seen declining user base. And yes, it's still up from 2016 or whatever. But when you look at the broader social landscape and ecosystem, Twitch is down here, right? We have YouTube, TikTok, Meta, then there's sort of like these like lower tier platforms. And I just don't think that the platform will scale. And simultaneously, we do have a lot more women entering the live streaming space. I mentioned Amazon itself has live streaming now for shopping primarily, but you have women live streaming on the Like to Know It app, on Instagram Live. You have a lot of lifestyle influencers going live all the time. Like TikTok Live, of course, is massive, and they're trying to get people to multi-stream on TikTok Live. Not that any of those spaces are safe for women. They all have their own problems, but I think Twitch seems to be sort of further and further declining. And in that sense, I do think it's a failure, of Dan Clancy to not change that culture.
Yeah, and I think that it is like, it'd be very difficult to change the culture of a platform that I think particularly grew around misogyny. Like, it would take so much work. I don't think it's a project that could be accomplished within the span of a year. It's also like such a hard thing to do when it's ultimately reflective. Like, the culture on Twitch is reflective of the broader culture of misogyny. And the project of dismantling misogyny is one that will continue forever. It will never be finished. And so I think that like, it's a really difficult job to do, but what they're doing now they're not even really trying to like dismantle misogyny. They're not even having the conversation. So it would at least have to start there. And I think like your question of like why there aren't more women on the platform is such a good one, because it really gets to the heart of the issue of like, if the culture doesn't even accept women to begin with, then of course you will continue to have these issues.
And of course, they're not going to do any of this when they're potentially about to be hauled in front of Congress under a Trump administration. I asked Dan Clancy about this in my interview. There was this hearing, it was postponed, the government shut down. I think they will eventually have the hearing where they're pulling up the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Reddit, and Twitch following the Charlie Kirk shooting, arguing that it's radical, whatever. Essentially, Twitch is the one platform where like Hassan Piker basically is. I think we
need to support more girl streamers. Support women streamers, this is a very male centric space. It is. And women feel that they have to, if they want to grow, if they want to compete with the boys, that they can't challenge. They can't challenge the dynamics in the space. So that's another thing when someone says, like, what can viewers do? Go watch women who stream. Go do it, whether they are gamers, creative art streamers, find some. I'm not saying if you don't like watching creative art streamers, then go force yourself to. But if you watch gamers, go watch women gamers. Go watch, go just support women. Even if you just pop in here and there, it's like you're on this space anyway. Okay. Just go in, show support. That's something that you can definitely do as a viewer so that we don't concentrate all the viewership in male and not just male communities, but like very male centric communities. It is a boys club. Absolutely. Twitch is a boys club. Our world is a boys club. And it shouldn't have to be that women are trying to fit into the boys club in order to have any, in order to have any platform, in order to be visible at all. I only watch women I fear. Oh, let's go.
All of this is an effort to basically deplatform him and other sort of leftists on Twitch. Twitch is also the one platform that hasn't caved to government pressure yet to censor speech. And I think that that's going to be harder and harder to do. So I highly doubt that they're going to like turn around and start, banning misogynistic streamers. I think that would just so quickly be weaponized against them by the Trump administration and would be used to potentially try to get the platform shut down or to punish it in some way.
100%. And I think that like when I saw all of this unfolding on social media, that was my first thought, is like to think about the political backdrop and the context under which all of this is happening, which is that Twitch is being subjected to like a very highly funded, like very specific, like bad faith campaign around issues that they do intersect with women's safety, but they are so far removed from like the topic of discussion around like this specific assault or this specific environment. But it's so hard to have a conversation about it without recognizing that like so much of this stems from that bad faith attempt to ultimately deplatform Hassan Piker and to punish Twitch for allowing like this type of progressive anti-Israel speech.
Yeah, because Twitch is the one platform, because it's live streaming, it doesn't have that sort of like real-time moderation. So of course you can't criticize Israel on TikTok, you can't criticize Israel on Meta, you can't criticize Israel on YouTube. Twitch is a place that one streamer, which is Hassan, and then a few other smaller ones, of course, like Twitch is overwhelmingly not a progressive space, but have been able to speak out. We saw Creators for Palestine happen with Twitch. I wrote about this actually a year ago, about how Twitch had become this bastion for leftist sort of content. And I think that the government is very eager to eradicate that. And I do think that they will be successful, and that will only exacerbate the problem of, harassment and misogyny.
Any conversation about like what's happening at that level, it's no coincidence that this rhetoric of like men need to protect women and like federal police and agents need to protect women, it coexists with exactly what the Trump administration is doing. It's literally the same ideology.
I just want to reiterate again,
Boney,
that
think of the
I'm
prime.
so disgusted by the response from these bad faith trolls saying that people like me, or I'm sure they're going to say this about you, don't care about gender-based violence, don't care about women's safety, something that we both have dedicated a significant portion of our careers to, you especially even more. But I wrote about Gamergate extensively. I covered this in my book. Writing about the weaponization of the internet against women is something that I have written about and experienced very publicly for years and years. And so to say, yes, Twitch was very secure. Yes, they actually had way more security than other conventions. That does not make it safe. That is not like simping for Twitch or whatever, which I'm very critical of. That is not defending a corporation. all these corporations, fuck Amazon especially. It is simply trying to redirect the conversation towards the root problem and the fact that this is a bad faith campaign actually aimed at distracting people from the real problem, which is misogynistic abuse and hate and harassment. And that underpins all of this. And you can never have safety for women until that root problem is fixed, because you can have all the security theater in the world. It's not going to prevent the violence against women that we saw this year at TwitchCon.
You're totally right. And I think that, like, if I could reiterate one message for people to take away, it's that security theater does not protect women. It is a psychological sort of construct to make people feel safe that ignores all of these root issues. Increased policing does not protect women. Militarization does not protect women. And these sort of conservative ideologies around like protecting women with men at their root cause, it just endangers women more. So like, if I could have people take one thing away from this, it would be that it is about dismantling misogyny. It is not about enacting more control and more surveillance around women.
We just need to lock women in a room and have men, big men with big guns protecting. And that surely is the way to go about it. People get scared and say, oh, TwitchCon needs more security, more police, et cetera. And that's not the issue. Yeah. Just like societally, this idea of protecting women, almost like locking them away in a tower to protect them, just like in Shrek. Exactly.
In their lives.
Yeah, I saw one Twitch streamer who
All
I love,
problems
but was
solved
even
with
saying, and I'm
gun.
sure maybe he was saying it in like a joking way, but like, oh, too many of the security guards at Twitch were twinks. Like they were small. We need like big burly men to be security guards. And I'm sure he was joking, but it's like these little things that drive me crazy because, as you said, like having big burly men around does not inherently make women safe. Having 24/7 IRL live streamers around does not inherently make women safe. Having all the kind of like wristband bullshit in the world, like, again, should we have a baseline level of security? Yes. But all of that stuff will not prevent so much of the just disgusting stuff that women had to deal with at this year's convention and previous year's convention. And I think that Twitch needs a radical culture change. And I think the influencer world.
Okay, I know what she's saying, and I know it relates to the conversation, but it's so funny. The Twink Brigade clip was so funny.
Generally needs to confront its misogyny problem, because although Twitch is the sort of the nexus of a lot of this stuff, it's all over Reddit, it's all over YouTube, it's all over Twitter. Like, it is this like network of hate that spreads across the entire internet.
Yeah. Hate will never make women safer. It will only put them in more danger.
Well, Kat, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Women should be more aggressive IRL to defend themselves. Being passive and scolding men won't work. Let me tell you something, Chatter. Let me tell you something. As a woman who has been in multiple street fights with men, I have been in too many physical altercations to count. That doesn't work. That's not the solution. Also, what happens then is we place the onus on women. We place the onus on women to, and at the end of the day, women do protect women. That's who protects women. I saw the clip of like the guy in Japan who was looking up a woman's skirt, and then women caught him and he tried to get away, and just this mass pile of women just formed holding this man down until the police arrived. Just all of these Japanese women who were holding this man. Anyway, Chatter, this idea of women being more aggressive to defend themselves being passive, that's the solution. No, it's not. And it shouldn't have to be, it shouldn't have to be this like, well, women, if you can't defend yourselves, then that's too bad. I think in the culture we exist in, women do learn. They do self-defense. They do try to protect themselves and other women. But that is not something that is the solution. And also women who have confronted men have put themselves in danger. This is the thing that pissed me off the most. How is it that we teach girls to protect herself and fight every man, but can't teach men to be normal? Yeah. It's like teaching women to defend themselves against men. Do you recognize the problem with our society? That women have to learn self-defense against men. That women have to form a woman pile because a man was looking up another woman's skirt and they have to hold him there so that he doesn't get away. Emily was the one to defend Emmy Rue and the girls when they were stalked in her ass and threatened in the pier. Yeah, I mean, one of the first fights I got in was a guy who sexually assaulted my friend at a club. And it didn't go well. Like, it was not something that problem fixed because I confronted this man. Thank you for your response. I stand by the statement, though. Once men physically respect women, they fear other men. It will stop. Okay, but I'm telling you, it's not my opinion. Like, that's just incorrect. Once men physically respect women, because what's still happening is the onus is put on women, the responsibility to ensure that they are protected and safe, rather than fixing these cultural attitudes and fixing these structures and legislation that enable this violence in society, that protect the power dynamics that exist. Telling women to pull themselves up by the bootstraps in regards to abuse. Yeah. Also, you want to know the difference between me and some of these dudes who are like, ooh, if I had been there, I would have beat the shit out of that guy. Like, kind of, making it also about themselves in a way to look cool and be like, I could have protected Emmy Rue. So, I've probably been in more fights than some of these young lads who were saying those things. I'm not saying that to brag in any way. I'm saying that as somebody who has been in many physical fights with men. I did not look at what happened to Emmy and go, man, if only I had been there. Problem solved. Ooh, if I had been there, then this shit wouldn't have gone down. Let me tell you that. Because that's also taking away from like the major problem, aside from her being sexually assaulted, of like what conditions exist that lead to something like that. Well, I thought if only Caroline was there. Caroline Wahlberg, that's right. If I had been there, I would have stopped 9/11. Weird ass thing to place yourself in that situation. Imagine you could have. It's very hero complexy. It's very hero complexy. It's very like, ooh, I'm the savior. And I don't really like this option of we only can solve problems through violence, like that's the only path here, well, it's whoever can beat the shit out of the other more effectively. And sometimes like the time and place, it does call for that kind of shit. But I just mean, you know, broadly speaking, I would like to live in a world where violence is not the resort. That's not the it's not the only option. It's hard to judge a situation that fast in the moment. You can only say you would have done something from looking back after assessing the situation. A lot of people do that too. A lot of people are like, oh, I know exactly what I would have done, even though I wasn't there. And it's easy to say that when you're not actually in that situation. Yeah, it's also giving what was she wearing and well, you didn't you say no enough? Right. Yes. It also betrays the perception of a moron who's oblivious to how much he's surrounded by the problem. If I'd been there, is always said by someone who was there. It's like, okay, well, there are other situations where maybe somebody's not getting sexually assaulted, but a woman is on the receiving end of misogynistic jokes, little comments. What you doing then? What are you doing in that situation? Are you the one who's saying it? See, that's the thing though, that isn't looked at as like a way to be a hero. There's no there's no fists of justice being fantasized about. I'm a trans girl. Let me tell you, men sometimes still don't take you seriously and back off even as you're actively threatening them with physical violence, which was not the case before I transitioned. Yeah, no, it's absurd to be like, oh, women just need to be better at defending themselves. Women, ladies, come on. This is on you. This is on us. Okay? Been in a lot of fist fights with men, a lot of them because I was getting discriminated and trying to get friends to a safer place. It's never cool and fun. It's exhausting. Those kids don't know shit. Yeah. What's this? She was okay. Wait. Hold on. I was trying to figure out who the problem was there. They just want to make shocking jokes. Yeah, that's because I really give off the vibe here. I really give off the vibe that's the kind of shit we love here in this community. The strenuous part of a platform like Twitch is that all this work has to be done constantly. People come, people go. There's always a stack of clueless youngins that have no idea about nothing in life yet, and so they fall for those simple tricks. You ain't know nothing about nothing. Okay. Anyway, to wrap up that convo. I know that was a lot. I know we covered a lot. I obviously all solidarity and support to Emiru and what she went through is something I don't want anybody to go through, and I choose to address this because it's not drama and it's a very serious problem that is all too common and keeps happening. Also, solidarity and support to Saeed as well. Also, not drama. And I hope that the conversation that we had today, I hope it was illuminating. If maybe you see a problem with one, you don't see a problem with the other. Maybe you only see a problem because these are people you personally like and you don't apply this to all victims of abuse. So y'all, I think what Kat said when she said, we will always be working to dismantle misogyny, and that goes for all forms of bigotry that are propped up by oppressive structures. It's not something it's not something that the change happens overnight and there's no like, just give it a year, y'all. There's no predicting. This is not something concrete. What we aim for is working towards a better world, and one that no matter who you are safe and secure. And if you are not a part of any dominant culture or group, that those spaces become more inclusive and welcoming, but that there's always going to be communities for you in the meantime as well. I think that's kind of, I think there's like short term and then long term goals here, like the fight that we're engaged in, where short term, obviously it's you can find a community that exists, that is created, that is safe and welcoming to you if you are a member of a marginalized group. And long term is that it's not something that's like on the fringes. It's not something that is very separate from the mainstream, that if you want to belong somewhere, it's going to be all the way off to the side. Ultimately, we're striving for what currently is the dominant culture to be less hostile to women, Black and people of color, the queer community, all groups. So that's what we're trying to do. And you don't have to be a part of those spaces if it is something that you don't feel welcomed in right now. But we're trying to fix things, and change is incremental, and right now there really is a strong backlash to woke culture. We're trying to make woke cool again. We're trying to make woke cool again, to make it something that like people don't use as a pejorative, as like a slur, that is a label that's put on people in a really dismissive way. Like, we got to make woke cool again. Okay, Dazham, thank you for the prime. One little story before I think I'll probably do some gaming for the end of stream. Who saw this? Who saw this? Rachel Zegler and Ben Platt will star in a limited concert run of the last 5 years at the London Palladium next spring for its 25th anniversary. Christian, are you just now seeing this news? I am not kidding you. I would seriously consider going. I would consider going. It's March 24th to 29th. And the reason that this is a huge story too, not just because these two are in the last 5 years. If you remember, Ben Platt's father and brother caused some issues, especially brother Jonah Platt, that had to do with Rachel Zegler. When Rachel Zegler was starring as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, as Snow White in Snow White, and she tweeted Free Palestine. She was openly advocating for important causes. And Jonah Platt, so there was a lot of backlash to her. She was really harassed. Jonah Platt posted that fucking Instagram comment, which I have said so many times on the stream, but basically my father, the owner of enormous Disney IP, had to leave his family and fly out to reprimand his employee. So absurd. An adult man, a fully adult man, screaming, crying, throwing up. And then he had on his father, Mark Platt, who's a very famous producer. He had his father on his dumbass podcast, and they were just whining and complaining about shit. And then Ben posted his support for him and his husband, who are supporting Zohran Mamdani, and how then that resulted in some real this piece of shit, like one of the most obnoxious pro-Israel influencers who made a disgusting TikTok. And he said Jonah Platt is hotter than Ben Platt. And then Ben Platt was in the comments with like this emoji. That's your brother. That's your bro. That's your bro, Jonah. Anyway, that was that whole drama, controversy, etc. And Ben Platt kind of was publicly showing that he was different from his family and the weird ass behavior that they were exhibiting. So now we have Rachel Zegler, enemy of the Platt family, doing the last 5 years with Ben Platt, son in Platt family. We're going. Let's fucking go. This is an unreal casting. He used to make those riffing videos. Together. What happened? I mean, this is pretty great. This is pretty great. Last beta, thank you so much. Appreciate you. So I just got such a kick out of this. I mean, I think they're both perfect for these roles. Jamie is over and Jamie is gone. Rachel, her voice is so perfect to play this role. So I got a kick out of it. Yeah, ask Austin to get his tickets for Christmas. Tell him this is what the people demand. I still hold on to the theory that Ben is not in good terms with Dad Platt since he was not announced as Bach on the Wicked movie. Interesting. I'm willing to run with that. I'm here to say Ben is now not a Platt, but a Galvin. Okay. Ben Galvin. Married to Noah Galvin. Love that Rachel hasn't gone anywhere in spite of all the smears. That's another thing that's great. Great to see that Rachel Zegler, who has been a target of smear campaigns and never-ending harassment since like day one. And she has not been in the industry that long. And in the, what, 4 or 5 years that she has just been nonstop targeted. And after she was targeted for saying Free Palestine and people were like, oh, her career's over. See ya. To see that she's still thriving and Doesn't seem like that career is over, is what I will say. Her version of Still Hurting is already my favorite. I don't even need to hear it, I'm certain. Cause I'm still hurting. What about lies? Jamie, what about... Our boyfriends are screaming about a car right now. Don't care about them. I'm over them. I am so over them. Also got featured in Women of the Year. Yeah, she's doing great. She's doing great. And as much as no, I don't think like the priority in this world is well-positioned celebrities, people with resources. I do think in the context of advocates with major platforms and advocating for Palestine, and as we have seen people like Melissa Brewer and others who have been fired and faced the consequences, like having Rachel still thriving, still booked and busy, I do think is important. I think it's important for people to see that. I think it's important that, just the message that sends. She recently performed Don't Cry For Me. Oh, I know. Oh. Rachel is so fucking good. It's ridiculous. Her voice is ridiculous. Every time I hear her perform, I'm like, your voice is insane. It's absurd. What the hell? Here, I have to go pee, so you can listen to some of it. You beefed on YouTube? I'm sorry, Christian. I no longer know you. You beefed on YouTube? How the fuck did you beef on YouTube? Over what? Answer. Speak. It was like 10 years ago? Wait, so before she was famous? Over Mean Girls? What the hell? She posted a Mean Girls cover. Okay. Were you talking shit? I've been on. Okay. But were you shit talking? We were debating about how she sings a high part or low part in the arrangement. It had just come out. Oh, okay. Oh my God. I cannot believe a decade ago you accidentally beefed with Rachel Zegler in a comment section about Mean Girls. To be fair, this is before she was famous too, so she was just another student of theater. That's the most theater kid shit ever. Yeah, that's pretty funny. It's very theater kid core. Her voice is just so clear. After all that I've done, you won't believe. All you will see is a girl you once knew, although she's dressed up to the nines, at 6s and 7s with you. Don't cry for me, Argentina. The truth is I never left you. Oh, through my wild days, my mad existence, I kept my promise. Don't keep your distance. And as for fortune, and as for fame, I never invited them in. wonder if Ray would like
The answer
Evita.
is here all the time. I love you and hope you love me. Don't cry for me, Andina. The truth is I never left you. All through my wild days, my mad existence.
I don't think as a
kept
first
my
musical.
promise. Don't
Keep your distance.
Have I said too much? There's nothing more I can think of to say to you. But all you have to do is look at me to know that every word is true.
Did you hear about Ziegler Evita Broadway transfer getting canceled because Jamie Lloyd and Lloyd Webber have big beef now? No. Oh, so gorgeous. Stunning. Okay, let me just tell you too, before we move on to gaming, I just have to tell you. Let me tell you personal growth in my own life. Back in the day, when I was like hating on Anne Hathaway and other actresses who are theater kids, I absolutely would have been like, ugh, Rachel Zegler. Not having to do with like me disagreeing with her politics. I'd be like, she just tries too hard. So a lot of the things that were said about Anne Hathaway that are also said about Rachel Zegler. And I recognize that growth. You were beefing with Anne Hathaway on Tumblr. I was not personally beefing, but I was definitely a person who, when Anne Hathaway once talked about all the hate of her, and she's like, I don't know. I guess I'm just doing the most. I was one of those people. It's true. Lloyd got a producer credit when Sunset Boulevard transferred, wouldn't let them recast Nicole, so they closed at a loss and it didn't go over well with Weber. Yeah, Anne Hathaway was at Sabrina's concert and was the one that got cuffed.
Sorry, nobody heard that. You're Anne.
She's so cute.
I just don't know what to do when I see a face like this in the crowd. Where are you from? Georgia. Has anyone ever told you you look like a princess?
The Queen of Genovia.
Presence of a princess. I'm getting so flustered.
I just have to say too, it's really nice to see just all these women, these girly pops, just freaking out for Anne Hathaway. You know, a lot of whom look very Gen Z, because a lot of millennial women in the early 2010s were participating in the online hate that Anne Hathaway received for no legitimate reason, except for misogyny. Ooh, She didn't get roles because of concerns over how toxic her identity had become online. So she was missing out on roles because a lot of people on the internet just decided, you know what? Hate this bitch. That was the attitude. She had not done anything wrong. And it really kind of started with the infamously bad Oscars that she did with James Franco, which at least I look back on that, I go, she tried. James, you know what? I'm blaming that one on James. I'm blaming that one on James Marco. Or James Marco. James Franco. James Franco. Fuck James Marco too. Fuck him. I'm just kidding. I love James Marco. Speaking of women thriving, I know, Mother Nicole. Mother Nicole. I mean, hello? Excuse me? She looks slay as fuck.
Cast and crew, cast and crew.
So good.
Cast and crew. That is a wrap.
People think Baz Luhrmann is gay. Oh, yeah, no, he's been married for like 20 years. He's been married for 20 plus years to a woman. But they assume just based on his movies, based on his vibe, they're like, that's a gay man. He has the taste of a gay man, true. I thought he was a lesbian. Well, I can understand. At least I look back on that, I go, she tried. James, you know what? I'm blaming that one on James. I'm blaming that one on James Marco. Or James Marco. James Franco. James Franco. Oh, God. Now I'm going to get canceled. Fuck James Marco, too. Now I'm going to get canceled by the James Marco stans. They're going to come for me. All of Germany's gay society. They're coming after me. I gotta prep the notes app soon. Oh, God. Here we go. All right, y'all. Let's do a little bit of Soma. A little Soma to take the edge off. A little Somacy. Just take the edge off a little bit. Let's just do it. I need whatever you put in your brows. I use Anastasia brow glue. I can't remember what it's called. It's the one that comes in the circular container. It's like glue. It's not the wand. It's the freeze. Yeah, the freeze. My eyebrow lady has been on maternity leave. She had a baby, so I haven't gotten my eyebrows done. I'm past due, but I'm waiting for her to come back. So I've just been like, just gluing the shit on my eyebrows. Your eyebrows always look so good. It makes me mad when I don't look that good. First of all, thank you. There are tricks and things you can do if you don't like your eyebrows. And I think finding good eyebrow products, making them nice and fluffy. You can try lamination. How dare she have a baby without thinking of my brows? I know. I can't believe how selfish she is. I can't believe it. Women just don't want to work anymore. Nobody wants to get off their ass and work. Did you ever have an overplucking phase? Oh, yes, I did. In fact, I can look at a photo. I could look at an old picture of me and pretty much know what year it's from based on just my eyebrows. I'm like, yes, 2006 when I discovered threading and I paid somebody $5 in the mall. I went and paid $5 in the mall and boy, oh boy. Or like 2010 when I discovered coloring in my eyebrows. And they were really, they were, it was a lot. Oh yeah. When I discovered an eyebrow pencil and went to town and there were very sharp lines. The Sharpie brows. A little bit of coloring is fine. Totally. Not what we were doing in like 2010. The James Charles brows. Yes. Do 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 do. Friction games. Oh, it's not popping up. Oh, there it is. Okay, y'all. So if you're leaving, thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you for being here for this conversation. Let me turn this down a little bit. Thank you for being here for this conversation. I will be, so my schedule, oh, my phone is dead. My schedule is tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be a normal stream. And then Wednesday or Thursday, we're trying to go to Halloween Horror Nights, Sam and I. We're trying to plan a stream there. And then Friday, I'm trying to decide my stream schedule. It is Halloween, and I am going to go to Escape this weekend. I'm continuing my live music run. So Escape is a festival, and it's Halloween themed. I don't freaking know, but I'm either gonna go Friday afternoon or Friday evening, and then Saturday I'll be gone. I'll be doing that. So kind of a rough idea. Same here. Oh, hells yeah. Oh, hells yeah.